Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. As soon as possible, the meeting will start shortly.
지금 혹시 바뀐 것 같은데, 지금 이제 뜨는 것 같습니다. 네.
예. 그러면 이따가, 됐어요. 됐어요.
Thank you all to our 2025 Ordinary Congress here in China. A very warm welcome to all the delegates present here in the room in Shanghai, as well as those who are joining us online, delegates from our member federations, delegates from our continental confederations and our member grouping, federations grouping. So welcome you all. I would like also to extend a special welcome to our Honorary President, Denis Oswald. Thank you, Denis, for honoring us with your presence at this Congress today. I warmly welcome our Council members, members of the media, our guests, and all of you following us on the YouTube live stream. I now officially declare the 2025 FISA World Rowing Congress, Shanghai People's Republic of China, open. For some of you, it is your first time attending our Congress, and we are very pleased to have new delegates as well, both in the room and online. And let me therefore take this opportunity to briefly introduce you all, the Council members. Starting from the left side of the room, we have Dr. Jürgen Steinacker, Chair of the Sports Medicine Commission. I will try to make it quite quick. We have a long agenda, so you will applaud at the end of this presentation. Thank you. We have Mehdi Garidi, Continental Representative for Africa. Osobuchi Masakuni, co-opted member from Japan. Fei-O, our Continental Representative for Asia. Sarah Cook, our Continental Representative for Oceania. Vicky Aguirre Gomez Cota, our Continental Representative for Americas. Lenka Vek, co-opted member. Enkian Zwolle, Chair of the Competitive Commission. Moving to the other side of the room, we have Axel Müller, Chair of the Youth Commission. Jacomine Ravensberger, Chair of the JEDI Commission, Gender Equality, Diversity, Inclusion. Angela is our Chair of the Empowering Commission. Philip Lubicic is the Chair of the Indoor Rowing Commission. Ronald Chen, Chair of the Master Rowing Commission. We have Rebecca Orr, Chair of the Para-Rowing Commission, and the newly elected co-opted member, Nobuisha Ishizuka. Moving to the front row we have the Executive Committee. We have the Chair of the Athletes Commission, Frida Svensson. Eva Santo, Chair of the Events Commission. Gerrit-Jan Egemkamp, our Treasurer. Vincent Gaillard, the Executive Director. Trisha Smith, our Vice President. Denis Oswald, Honorary President. Matthias Binder, Chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission. And last but not least, Quinn Batten, Chair of the Coastal Rowing Commission. I have to present apologies from Dusan Machacek, the Continental Representative for Europe, who cannot make it today for health reasons, but he's with us, is connected at this point in time. So yesterday we concluded the 2025 World Rowing Championships here in Shanghai. On behalf of the World Rowing Council, I would like to express our deep gratitude to our Chinese hosts who have delivered an exceptional event. It is actually the result of years of thorough preparations. And it has been, I can tell you, it has been remarkable from day one. Our heartfelt thanks go to all the contributors for their outstanding work, to the partners for their invaluable support, and in particular, to the municipal government of Shanghai, the General Administration of Sports of China, and CRA, the Chinese Rowing Federation. With us today, it's my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Lu, Deputy Director of Shanghai Administration of Sports, one of the key entities behind the organization of these championships from the very beginning. Mr. Lu, welcome, the floor is yours.
Dear President, dear delegates of Member Federation, good morning. On behalf of the 2025 World Rowing Championships Organizing Committee, it's my pleasure to extend our warmest welcome to all of you in Shanghai for this important Congress. In the past 8 days, we have witnessed together by the Dianshan Lake the first World Rowing Championships ever held in China. We are very happy that high praises have been earned from teams worldwide. This success stems from our long-standing and close collaboration with World Rowing and the support from participating member federations. As we celebrate the event's success, we are eager to build on this legacy. We share your vision to inspire more Chinese, especially young people, to embrace rowing and look forward to more cooperation with World Rowing family in the future. To conclude, may this Congress chart a bright course for global rowing. Hope you enjoy your time in Shanghai. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lo, for your words. As you know, we are supposed to come here in Shanghai in 2021, but unfortunately, the pandemic forced a cancellation. 4 years later, can I say what a success? On the sporting side, we enjoy excellent racing and exciting races. May I say that the introduction of the new mixed event is more than convincing in many ways, and I must say a success. The new program, new progression system, we will analyze, of course, in due time, but we can see also already the benefit from this and the positive impact these measures have on our championships. Behind the scene, this was on the sporting side, but behind the scene for the organization, it's certainly a big wow, Mr. Lo. From the spectacular opening ceremony, which set the tone, to the innovative and dynamic closing ceremony downtown, with the magic scene of Shanghai, we have little room for criticism. We can imagine the tremendous work behind, and once again, Mr. Lo, congratulations and thank you for the very successful event. Our collaboration with Shanghai does not end with these championships. As announced yesterday at the closing ceremony, we are delighted to launch a new event to be held annually after the international season on the occasion of the Shanghai Head of the River. More details will follow and later and shared with you by the Executive Director. But for now, Mr. Lo, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, I will give a presentation on just to conclude the 2025 World Rowing Championships. With the support of World Rowing and all the member federations, the 2025 World Rowing Championships have achieved a great success. On behalf of the organizing committee and the Shanghai Administration of Sports, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to you. Since successfully bidding for the 2021 World Rowing Championships in 2017, till today, Shanghai has undergone 8 years of preparation As this edition concludes, we are doing a comprehensive review of the event organizations, and our third-party agency will provide an assessment report. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to share 3 highlights of the championships. First, we have brought in more rolling enthusiasts. In addition to hold the championships in line with road rolling requirements, including venue renovation, logistic service, we have also done rolling promotions in the enterprises, schools, and communities. In recent years, various rolling competitions have taken place. It's worth mentioning that in 2021, the head of Shanghai River Regatta launched on the city's landmark, the Mother River, Suzhou Creek, has attracted a large group of people, such as enterprise employees and the students, over the past 5 years, thanks to the 2025 World Rolling Championships and the annual Shanghai Regatta. More than 20 rolling clubs have been set up in Shanghai, making it home to the largest number of rolling clubs in China. Second, we have adopted a new mode to event organization. While firmly following world rolling regulations and standards, we introduced creative approach to the opening and the closing ceremonies. The opening ceremony was simple, yet innovative, showcasing the strength and the beauty of rolling slow water, land, and the aerial displays. The closing ceremony, structured as an award ceremony, was held for the first time at an urban landmark, away from the competition venue, against the backdrop of Shanghai glittering riverscape. The city's scenery merged with the sporting glory, a breakthrough in both format and the concept, aimed at bringing rolling closer to the public. Third, we have secured tangible event legacy. At yesterday's closing ceremony, Mr. Executive Director announced a decision as a key legacy of these championships. World Rolling and Shanghai are going to co-establish a Shanghai-based sprint. This new event is estimated a debut in 2026 during the annual Shanghai Regatta and serve as a grand finale. Mr. President, dear delegates, once again, thank you for your support to Shanghai. We look forward to welcoming you all back to Shanghai next year. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Loh. The delegates, as related in my report that you have in the agenda papers, the IOC has entered a new era with the election last March of Kirsty Coventry as the new IOC president. She officially succeeded President Barr on Tuesday, 29th of June. And the very next weekend, we had the great honor of welcoming her to the World Rowing Cup in Lucerne, the very first sporting event that the new IOC president attended in her capacity as IOC president. IOC President Kirsty Coventry has kindly sent us a video message, and I would like that we can launch the video.
Dear President of World Rowing, my dear colleague and friend, Jean-Christophe Roland, dear Olympic friends, it is such a pleasure to join you, even if only virtually, for your Congress. At the very beginning of my presidency, one of my top priorities is to listen, to learn what is on your minds, and to hear how together we can make the Olympic community stronger. That is why I am keen to hear from your discussions at this Congress. One of my very first visits after taking office was to the World Rowing Cup in Lucerne. I was struck by the beautiful setting, the joyful atmosphere, and above all, the spirit of the athletes. Seeing their smiles and feeling their camaraderie on and off the water reminded me how special this sport is, combining both individual excellence and true teamwork. World Rowing is a valued and reliable partner for the IOC. You are driving your sport forward in so many inspiring ways, from new formats like Coastal Beach Sprint to exploring esports, protecting the environment, advancing gender equality, and bringing rowing to more communities worldwide. These are all powerful examples of how you promote sport and its values. My thanks go to your president, my dear friend and colleague, Jean-Christophe Roland, and his entire team for guiding World Rowing with such vision. I wish you a successful Congress as you set the course for the future with the Youth Olympic Games Dakar 2026 and the Olympic Games LA 28 on the horizon. And I look forward to learning from your discussions so that together we can shape the future of our Olympic movement.
So on behalf of the Congress, I would like sincerely to thank IOC President Kirsti Coventry for her message, and I do value very much the good and constructive collaboration our sport or our organization is having with the IOC. Dear delegates, since our last meeting in March at the Cardinal Congress, we have lost rowing friends. May I kindly ask you to join me in observing 1 minute of silence in their memory. So please stand up if you can. Thank you. So before moving to the next point on our agenda, allow me to share very briefly a few logistical and housekeeping remarks. Safety first. No test alarm is planned today, so in case we hear the fire alarm, please, we will have to immediately evacuate the room. Mobile phone, you know the rule. Please switch off your phone or at least put them on silent mode. Electronic voting. As in the previous year, we will be using electronic voting today with the support of Lumi, a highly respected and reputed provider. Voting, whether in the room or online, is fully secure. Many of you have are already familiar with the system, and for those who are not, the key fundamentals will be presented shortly by Lumi. A few words on interpretation. English has increasingly become our common working language, and despite French being one of the official languages of our sport, I speak to you in English and not in my mother tongue. Sorry about that, but this is because actually my basic English is probably more widely understood than my French. So we nevertheless remain committed to ensuring the best mutual understanding, and language should not be a barrier. Following the experiment we did at the Cardinal Congress, we continue to provide support through a translation application accessible with the QR code you have on the screen and that was distributed to you. So please give us feedback on this system. We have to benefit from the new technology and AI to ensure that you can communicate in the most efficient way. I hope that it's working, but again, give us your feedback. Okay, so this concludes the first point on the agenda, the opening of the session. And we are perfectly on time. So moving to point 2, identification of the delegates and confirmation of their authority. Before inviting the Executive Director to proceed with the roll call, allow me to make the usual few remarks. This Congress is being held in an hybrid mode. For the delegates present here in person, the procedure is straightforward. Each member federation has received a voting device as well as a card confirming its voting right. For the delegates joining us remotely, as in previous years, you have received an email from Lumi with all the necessary details to connect and participate to the Congress. Please note that in order to be recognized as having formally be attending the Congress, you have to, each delegate that is connected must log in to the Lumi system using their unique credentials. Let me also emphasize that only one delegate per member federation is entitled to exercise its federation's voting rights, while up to 3 delegates may be registered to represent a federation. Only one designated delegate will be granted access to vote on the Lumi platform. A few words on the members' voting rights. Let me recall that member federations do not all have the same voting rights at Congress. According to the Statute Article 31, voting at Congress, a federation may hold 3 votes, 2 votes, 1 vote, or no vote at all. And indeed, under bylaw Article 15 concerning debts, any member federation with outstanding subscription automatically forfeits its voting right. As a result, while some member federations are present and may fully participate in the Congress, they do so without the right to vote. This is what I wanted to highlight before we can move to the roll call, and I hand over to the Executive Director for this point.
Thank you, Mr. President, and greetings to you all. So this is the slide featuring the 159 member federations' flags and blades, for your information only at this stage. We're going to move to the slides that feature the federations that have registered as of 19 September. I will not do a roll call for each and every one of them. I will just ask you to look up for your flag. If you do not see your flag and you're either in the room or connected, please either raise your hand or send us a message in the Zoom platform, please. So I'll just register that on those 3 slides we don't show Barbados. However, their late registration has been recorded. So all good on that end. Thank you. So starting with first tier, if you do not see your flag here and you are in the room or connected, please let us know. I'll give you a few seconds to look at it. This is from Algeria to Guatemala. From Hong Kong, China to Poland. Again, these are the federations or members registered as of 19 September. Does not feature the late registration we have received this morning. And finally, from Qatar to Zimbabwe. Third and last slide on members who have registered as of 19 September. Please advise us if you're here and do not see your flag. We're now going to pass on to Lumi's slide to see the number of votes. Lumi, if you can bring the slide, thank you. So all self-explanatory, I believe. We have 13 delegates with a single vote, 3 holding 2 votes, 30 delegates hold 3 votes. We have a total number of 115 votes registered, that's important, of course, and 163 total votes possible. Voting delegates in the room, 32, and online, 16. Thank you very much. That is it for the roll call, Mr. President.
Thank you. These numbers are at this point in time that they may change when we move on into the Congress, but this will be announced for each of the voting. So, you do know how efforts to increase women participation in all areas of our sports. You will remember the discussion we had before the Congress, the Sony Congress in 2020, and leading to eligibility conditions for Congress delegate to participate as Article 22. So the impact you can see on the screen, the impact it had at the time, and since then, it's a pretty good but not sufficient step. There is a kind of stagnation, and I encourage you to continue to pursue the effort. We can increase this number. That concludes point 2. Moving to the appointment of scrutineers for the period of Congress. The role of the scrutineers was originally meant to be the counting of the votes, whether by hand or by showing cards or by secret ballot. Since we are using an electronic voting system, this function is not longer necessary. Let me once again emphasize that our voting system is entirely secure and independent. All voting will be conducted on an anonymous basis, and one important aspect, should at any point the system fail, we will postpone the voting within the next 30 days, and this will be carried out by electronic vote means. So any system failure, we will postpone the voting. Is there any questions? If it's not the case, we may now proceed with the next point on the agenda. The delegates, you have received the minutes of the 2024 Ordinary Congress, as well as those of the 2025 Quadrennial Congress. You were invited to submit remarks or questions. None have been received. This is your last chance. It remains your opportunity to raise any questions or observations, or if you would like to highlight any specific point, please do so. I don't see any in the room. I'm looking if there are connected questions. It's not the case either. So we can now proceed with the very first vote of the day. But before we do so, I will ask Lumi to briefly present the voting system. Again, if most of you have already experienced it, I appreciate that at the same time, some of you are new, and it's important that you are well prepared for this voting. So please, Lumi.
Thank you very much. Dear delegates, I will just run you through the voting procedure for in-person voting. If you are a voting delegate today, you would have received a keypad with your country's card in it. Can you just ensure that you have your country code and the number of votes on the front of your card inserted to your voting device? Your 3-letter country code should appear at the top, and it will give you a welcome message with your country code. Can you make sure the arrows and chip at the bottom of the smart card and the voting card are facing you like so? A welcome message will appear. Once voting is declared open by the President, The voting options will be displayed on your screen. You can use the white trackball in the middle of your device to scroll to your desired choice. The white trackball becomes blue when the vote is open. When your choice is highlighted, please press the green square on the device to submit your vote. You will receive a vote received message once you have locked in your vote. If you wish to cancel your vote, you can do so by clicking the red triangle, and you will once again be presented with the voting options on your device. In certain case of elections, the voting options will be displayed on your screen, and you can once again use the blue trackball to scroll to your desired choice. When your choice is highlighted, please press the blue trackball and an X will be indicated in that section. And once again, please press the green square to submit your vote. Once the vote is closed, you once again see this logo, like is shown on all of your devices currently right now, and you will no longer be able to change your voting option. Thank you.
No questions, so now we can proceed over to the Executive Director.
To a test vote. I will read the question. We will all have 30 seconds, and that process will be repeated for every question. 30 seconds for you to respond, and then we close the vote. So this is a test vote only. The question is, will the inaugural edition of the World Rowing Shanghai Sprints take place in 2027? That's a question. You can respond by yes, no, or abstain, and you have 30 seconds. Oliver Yulmi, can you please open the vote? Thank you. Countdown is on the bottom right of the screen, yes. Thank you. The vote is closed. We bring the result.
Total possible vote 117, valid vote cast 90, yes 55, 61%, no 35, 38%, abstention 8. So as you can see, you will have on the screen, when we announce the result, the valid vote cast, and the valid vote cast are the numbers that will be taken for the to reach the majority, whether it is an absolute majority, 50%, or as we have in our agenda today for Article 47, which is an amendment of the statutes, it will be a 2/3 majority. So that's how it will be presented. Thank you. Back to you.
Perhaps just to indicate that only 38% of the voters have provided the correct answer. As was alluded to by Mr. Law this morning and in our very brief announcement yesterday, the first edition will take place in 2026. But you will hear a bit more about that this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, we'll proceed with the first vote that counts on the approval of the minutes of the 2024 Ordinary Congress, which was held online. Question is, do you approve the minutes of the 2024 Ordinary Congress? Yes, no, abstain. Lumi, please open the vote. Vote is closed.
Can I ask for the results? So yes, sorry, total possible vote 117, valid vote cast 99, yes 98, no 1. So the minutes are approved. The 2024 Ordinary Congress minutes are approved. Thank you. Next.
Second vote for the approval of the minutes of the 2025 Quadrennial Congress, which was held in Lausanne earlier this year. Do you approve the minutes of the Quadrennial Congress of 25? Yes, no, abstain. Please open the vote. We will give it another 10 seconds. And the vote is closed.
Can I ask for the result, please? Total possible votes 120, valid vote cast 105, yes 104, no 1, abstention 0. So the minutes of the 2025 Quadrennial Congress are approved. Thank you. We can now move to the next point on the agenda related to the President's report and reports from the Vice President, Treasurer and Executive Director. This section contains all these reports, and I remind you that these reports related to 2024. It is slightly different for the Executive Director and my own report, as we have been able to include in these reports a little bit of what has happened in the beginning of this year. So if I start with my report, I will not add further or additional details on the period already covered. However, I would like to take the opportunity to provide the Congress with some updates on developments since the submission of the report, and as well as to share a few reflections. This is indeed a significant moment. We are approaching the conclusion of a cycle in the life of our organization, as the mandates of the President and the Vice President and the Treasurer are now coming to an end. And to do so, I'm moving to the lecture. Before addressing the Congress with my additional remarks, allow me to begin with what concludes my written report in the agenda papers. Earlier this year, World Rowing was awarded the World Fair Play Trophy in recognition of a decision taken during the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, the decision to postpone the Olympic men's single scull A final. It was an extraordinarily difficult decision taken under enormous pressure and in a very little time. Postponing an Olympic final is all but an easy decision. For those who don't know the story, on the morning of the race, I was informed that a bus carrying athletes from the Olympic Village had broken down, and one of the finalists in the men's single scull was on that bus. I looked at the clock, 9:48 a.m. The final was scheduled for 10:30 a.m. and two athletes were already on the water for warming up. What to do? The simplest and safest option was to do nothing. Bad luck for the rower. Simple, but was it fair? I needed one crucial piece of information to assess the responsibility of the athletes stuck on the bus. What time had the bus left the village. By chance, the IOC Olympic Games Deputy Director Pierre Ducret was with me, and he was able to confirm the essential fact the bus had left on time, fully compatible with the schedule. The Executive Committee made the decision, and the final was postponed to the end of the Olympic regatta. That athlete, who might otherwise have been denied his chance, went on to win the silver medal at the Olympic Games. What makes me proud is not the decision itself, but the reaction of the 5 other finalists. They were impacted, of course, and they could have reacted negatively. On the contrary, and remarkably, they all considered it the right decision, the right and fair decision. That is fair play. That is the spirit of sport. That is the values we believe in, and that is why I'm so proud of rowing. These athletes shared the fair play trophy with World Rowing, and I wanted to share this story with you today. This story is not only about one final at the Olympic Games. It's a reflection of what has guided our entire community through the past 4 years. Resilience in adversity, solidarity in difficult times, and the courage to make decisions that safeguard the values of our sport. With this in mind, let me now turn to my remarks and a review of the 4-year mandate that is coming to an end today. Dear delegates, as we close the 2021-2025 mandate, I am honored to address this Congress with a reflection on the journey we have traveled together and a vision for the road ahead. These 4 years have been marked by extraordinary challenges, difficulties, and equally remarkable achievements for rowing and for our federation. The mandate opened in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our sport, like the rest of the world, faced the sudden disruption of competitions, of training, and the very rhythm of international life. We had to adapt to postponements, cancellations, and uncertainties. This period, while daunting, revealed the resilience of our athletes, the adaptability of our member federation, and the solidarity of the rowing family. At the same time, the geopolitical landscape was shaken by conflicts and instability, notably the tragic war in Ukraine. The politicization of sport created complex dilemmas, testing our commitment to neutrality and to the values of fair play. Meanwhile, the climate crisis and economic instability reminded us our responsibilities as a global sport to adapt and to contribute to broader solutions. Beyond the global context already outlined, our organization has itself faced significant challenges over this mandate. Several events were cancelled, and not only as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also for other reasons beyond our control. These disruptions were compounded by the associated loss of revenues. One particularly striking example was the cancellation of our participation in the Multisport European Championships, which represented a substantial missed opportunity, both in terms of visibility for the sport and, as importantly, or most importantly, the income. At the same time, while the Olympic revenue have been confirmed, their real value has been reduced by the weak exchange rate and rising inflation. Thus, what is in principle our main source of income has been under increasing pressure. This situation reflects a broader reality. The economic environment has become more and more difficult for everyone. Local governments have reduced their financial support for sporting events precisely at a time when the demand for events is growing. This combination places additional strain on our organizing committees. What a dark landscape, one would say. And yet, against this challenging backdrop, world rowing has not stood still. On the contrary, we have launched projects and reforms to adapt to the challenges, always guided by our vision as the North Star, to ensure the best possible future for our sport, for and with our athletes, and for the generations to come. And while everything is never perfect, we can nonetheless look back with pride on a series of landmark achievements that have shaped this mandate and prepared the ground for the future. One, the Olympic strategy and the position within the Olympic movement. Rowing's long tradition, long and distinguished Olympic history is truly a source of pride. But it cannot be taken for granted. As you have already heard from me, probably many times, we cannot rely on the past to ensure the future. In a world that is changing dramatically, tradition alone does not guarantee the future. Our position with the Olympic movement remains absolutely crucial, and it's essential that we continue to make every effort to preserve and even strengthen it. We successfully confirmed our program for the Paris 2024 Games, while also achieving an historic breakthrough, the inclusion of coastal rowing in its beach sprint format in the program of Los Angeles 2028. This was the only successful admission among 17 submissions from international federations, a truly remarkable achievement for our sport, the outcome of a long and difficult but ultimately successful journey. In a highly and increasingly competitive environment, we also managed to safeguard the athletes' quota for rowing, which in itself represents another significant accomplishment. Second, major reforms in classic rowing, the SECR project. Classic rowing, the historic core of our sport, is undergoing a profound assessment and reshaping. There is no question of touching the key fundamentals that makes rowing unique. Rather, the focus is on everything around them. The way we organize, we present, we promote our competitions. It's no secret that the World Cup series has shown signs of weakness in recent years. In some editions, participation was so limited that the credibility and visibility of our competitions were at risk. And as a direct consequence, the standing of our sport itself. We could not ignore the reality. To do nothing would have been to accept decline. This is why we launched the Strategic Event and Calendar Review, a comprehensive and inclusive process to rethink the event model for classic rowing. The project has involved extensive consultations with all stakeholders, member federations, athletes, coaches, organizers, broadcasters, and partners. A dedicated working group has carried out the necessary analysis across all dimensions, participation levels, logistics, challenges, costs, and the expectations of media and stakeholders. The findings were clear and broadly shared. The World Cup model design in the 1990s, no longer meets today's requirements. That said, we do have room for maneuver. There are ways of solution to address these challenges and areas where improvement is within reach. Yes, we can be optimistic. The SECR has not yet delivered its final outcome. It's a long and demanding journey. However, it has already produced significant outcomes, including a revision of the World Championship program with a necessary reduction in the number of events in the program, focusing on those that attract real interest, both from you, the member federation, if we refer to the participation, and consequently from the media and the audiences. The introduction of new mixed events at the end of the competition program reflects the evolution of society, brings innovation and attractiveness without additional cost for teams, and offers a promising pathway to add another medal in our iconic boat class at future Olympic Games. To a modernized progression system, eliminating repêchages, introducing a clearer, more dynamic competition structure. This makes events easier to follow for spectators and broadcasters, while reducing cost and complexity for organizers. 3, a first step towards a reshaped international calendar, more coherent and attractive for the teams, fans, and consequently for hosts, broadcasters, and the entire stakeholder chain. Work continues, notably on a new incentive scheme for the World Cups, designed to encourage greater participation by top athletes and to restore the series of a true stepping stone to the World Championships. These reforms are not comfortable. They require effort, flexibility, compromise, and sometimes statistics, sacrifice. But they are essential if classic rowing is to remain the beating heart of our sport. The credibility and attractiveness of our competitions are crucial for rowing's future. Without strong, visible, and inspiring events, our athletes will not receive the recognition they deserve, and our sport will continue to struggle, if not decline. Let me also add that the future of our sport is closely linked to its promotion, and promotion is inextricably linked to our athletes. Being attentive to the expectation of media, spectators, and fans is more important than ever. In this regard, direct access to athletes, especially immediately after their races, is no longer a nice to have, but a necessity. We have likewise reviewed the presentation of victory ceremony to enhance the overall attractiveness of our events. Finally, I cannot conclude this chapter of classic rowing without acknowledging the adoption of mixed event, the mixed double and the mixed eight at the World Championship. This reinforces, as I just said, our leadership in gender equality and adds a new dimension of excitement and inclusivity. And what a first here in Shanghai. I wish to thank the member federations who have made this debut a genuine success and demonstrated the great potential for a much wider group of federations. Coastal rowing, growth and maturity. Over the past 4 years, the discipline of coastal rowing has made significant progress and reached a new stage of maturity. This inclusion of the beach sprint format in the Olympic program for Los Angeles 2028 as a direct result of our Olympic strategy is both an extraordinary milestone and a profound responsibility. This opportunity now places upon us the duty to deliver at the highest possible standard. Coastal rowing represents a major opportunity for the future of our sport. We have been working intensively to raise the discipline to these Olympic standards, not only in the delivery of the competition, but also in the visibility and promotion, guided by the dedicated strategic plan presented at the Congress in 2023. We are also innovating with event presentation, making coastal rowing even more spectacular and appealing for new audiences. This is an exciting time for our community, and it marks a truly new chapter for the sport of rowing. Development of indoor and / connecting rowing, a huge potential. Indoor rowing has established itself as a discipline in its own right and as a powerful tool for the wider development of our sport. It is accessible for all generations, adaptable to many contexts, and increasingly attractive thanks to the new digital interfaces. It creates a bridge between grassroots participation and high-level competition, and it connects rowing to broader health, fitness, and lifestyle trends in society. In short, indoor rowing holds immense potential, not only to bring more people into the rowing community, but also to generate new resources for our sport as a whole. During this mandate, we have strengthened the foundations of indoor rowing through the continued success of the World Rowing Indoor Championships, organized in partnership with Concept 2, and by developing innovative formats with new partners. Most importantly, we have been working closely with the International Olympic Committee with the ambition of securing indoor rowing inclusion in the Olympic eSport Games. Moving to governance and its institutional progress. This mandate has been marked by important changes and significant evolutions in the governance of our organization. Not because our system was inadequate, but because, like any organization, we must simply and continuously adapt to a changing environment. I am pleased to note that our governance model has been highly recognized in the ISOIF governance review, which has consistently placed world rowing among the best in class in many key areas. The Cardinal Congress held earlier this year in Lausanne marked another decisive step in this governance journey. It delivered significant reforms to our statutes and to our rules of racing. Reforms that strengthened inclusivity, modernized our structures, and once again demonstrated the maturity of our organization. What makes these reforms particularly significant is not only their substance, but also the process by which they were adopted. An open, transparent, and inclusive dialogue with you, the member federations. The strong consensus achieved reflects our shared determination to adapt and to evolve while safeguarding the values of fairness, universality, and respect. During this mandate, we have also seen a natural renewal in leadership, with substantial changes in the composition of both the Executive Committee and the Council. Allow me once again to express my sincere gratitude to all members for their dedication serving our sport with no other agenda than the best interest of its future, and always in full respect of our shared value. A special word of thanks must go to our Vice President Trisha Smith, who had decided not to stand for re-election this year. It has been a true privilege to work alongside her, and I want to express my profound respect for her leadership, her loyalty, her dedication, and the confidence she has inspired through all these years. Thank you very much, Trisha, for your remarkable support. And another major step for our organization was a transition at the level of the executive director. After many years of outstanding service, our long-standing executive director, Matt Smith, stepped down for a well-deserved retirement. This represented a true change, a turning point for our federation. And I'm glad to say that the recruitment process we established for his replacement was both robust and transparent, and it delivered an excellent outcome for world rowing. Finally, I must emphasize that this mandate has also been a time of financial resilience. Despite the pressures of inflation, currency fluctuation, and the unexpected loss of planned revenues, world rowing has managed to preserve stability. This was possible thanks to prudent financial management. Cost-saving measures were feasible, and the first step taken to diversify our revenue base. In this respect, I also want to acknowledge the invaluable support you, our member federation, have been given. Looking ahead, 2025-2029, to lead our organization and our sport into the future and with the long-term vision, the next mandate will pursue the transformation plan already shared and already in motion. Much has been achieved, but much remains to be done. It's a long journey and it's ongoing. The priorities for 2025-2029 are the following. Consolidate the Olympic strategy by delivering coastal rowing at LA 2028 to the highest standard and by continuing to strengthen classic rowing within the Olympic ecosystem. Our ambition is also to achieve the inclusion of connected indoor rowing in the program of the Olympic Esport Games. The Olympic movement is entering a new era, an era of transformation, and it's crucial for world rowing to remain an essential and influential contributor. Equally critical is our ability to read and understand the broader context, not to reflect like if we were on an isolated island, and to anticipate both our strengths and our weaknesses seen from outside of our sport, so that we can adapt with oversight. Pursue the transformation in our three disciplines, and in particular, implement the SECR outcomes to revitalize classic rowing, ensuring that our flagship discipline remains relevant and attractive. Expand coastal and indoor rowing by hosting innovative and attractive events, and by building visibility with new audiences and territories. Indoor rowing, in particular, has the potential to play a decisive role in the global strategy. Reach new communities and strengthen our digital presence in order to enhance the visibility of rowing and reinforce its relevance in a rapidly changing environment. Third, strengthen governance and finance by consolidating the recent reforms, diversifying revenue stream, and ensuring transparency, ethics, and sustainability. Rowing must remain a sport that reflects the highest value while adapting to the demand of the modern sport. It is also essential to engage our wider ecosystem, athletes, federation, organizers, manufacturers, partners, in a shared vision for the best possible future for our sport. The journey ahead will not be easy, but I am both confident and optimistic. The goodwill, the commitment, and above all, the unity of the rowing world will be decisive in addressing the challenges before us and in achieving our all common goals. To conclude this report, let me say that serving as president of World Rowing during this mandate has been both an immense privilege and a great honor. The role is demanding and not always easy, yet at the same time, I do value the immense privilege to serve in a sport, in a community where values are at the core, where values are part of the very DNA. I do value the immense privilege to work with fantastic people, alongside remarkable individuals who have no other agenda than to serve the sport by passion and with dedication. These are the fuel of my motivation and energy. It is for these reasons that I will stand before you today seeking re-election with humility and with gratitude. Thank you for giving me every single day the energy and the inspiration to serve our sport and to serve our federation. Thank you very much. any question at this point? Comments? So moving to the next report, there are no specific or additional comments on the report from the Vice President Trisha Smith and on the report of the Treasurer, Gerrit-Jan Egenkamp. We haven't received any remarks or comments, so I'm asking now if you have comments or questions for these two reports. No, so I'm now passing the floor to the Executive Director to make some remarks on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President, and warm greetings to you all, members or partners or guests or observers, either present physically or connected from wherever you are in the world. Allow me to start, as was done this morning, for thanking each and every one of you for the role you have played in your respective roles or functions or countries, and in one way or another in the successful delivery of the 2025 World Rowing Championships. These championships were outstanding and really on another scale. They have made our sport shine in one of the most iconic and vibrant cities in the world, a city that has been embracing rowing for over a century and continues to nurture its bonds with our sports every single day. For this, much respect and gratitude goes to our partners at the Shanghai Administration of Sport. You've met Mr. Lo this morning, but also our partners at the Donghao Lengsheng Event Management Group, the organizing committee that has worked so hard, and of course, our friends at the Chinese Rowing Association. They all have been highly committed and collaborative all along, ever since the event was first attributed in 2017 for the year 2021, then cancelled, then reattributed to come to today and the successful event we have all experienced. For this, thank you very much. For this report, I will aim to be brief, as I know you have all read the 2024 report from our team, published earlier in the summer. And given the pace of things, 24 is already old news. It is properly closed, including from a strict audit and financial standpoint, and with some encouraging financial results, as you have seen in the papers, and will be hearing later from our Treasurer, Mr. Egenkamp. Importantly, for 2024, the ambitious objectives we laid out for the year were met, as you can see from that same report. So, pending other reports you will be seeing this morning and this afternoon, we are closing the 2024 chapter for good. We shall therefore turn to 2025 and the objectives for the current year, which have also been laid out within my report on pages 15 to 16 of the agenda papers. Here also, delighted to report that we are very much on track with many of these objectives having already been met or being close to be met. I will not go through them one by one at this time, but instead inviting you to stay tuned for the strategic presentations planned for later today, where we'll be covering progress on most of the 2025 objectives. Specifically, you will be getting updates on the following. These were the 10 objectives. You've seen them. They are laid out in the reports that you have seen. More specifically, you will be getting an update on classic rowing. It will be covered extensively throughout the next few hours, notably with information on the LA28 qualification process this morning by Head of Sport and Events Natalie Phillips. An update on the World Rowing Championships 2026, the next one on the list, which promises to be another outstanding event. And in the afternoon, importantly, you will be receiving an important status update on the critical event review project by member of the Executive Committee and Chair of Event Commission, Eva Santos. So we'll cover Classic quite extensively. On the coastal rowing side of things, here also you will be receiving this morning important update on our Olympic journey, which includes not just LA28, but also the Dakar Youth Olympics next year. An update on the next World Beach Sprint Finals in Antalya, Turkey, for which we have very high expectations and which is in a very, very good place. Third, you will be receiving some update from Filip Jubicic, a council member and chair of the Indoor Rowing Commission, who will be providing us with a very thorough update on progress across a number of existing and new initiatives as part of our ambitious esports journey. This afternoon, I will provide you some update on our transformation strategy that was referred to by our president earlier, as we are now well into the 4th year of that ambitious journey, and we need to inform you on several critical projects. Council member Nobuhisa Ishizuka will be updating you this afternoon on one of the most critical projects supporting the upgrade of our governance, that is the Confederation's Collaboration project, as part of our strategic presentations in the afternoon. I will spend some time this afternoon as well on our Shanghai Legacy project, the first of which was announced yesterday through a letter you will have received, but also a very brief announcement at the amazing closing ceremony, which most of you have probably missed. And finally, we will be touching on, through a very brief session of information and a call to action on 4 topics: sponsorship, communications, Healthy Waters Alliance, and the 2025 awards. So I will not conclude this report without extending a very strong, very warm message of gratitude to all who have contributed to progressing our mission, our transformation roadmap, and our yearly objectives, either at political levels. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the World Rowing Council, the commissions, the working groups, the panels, but also at operational levels. And here I'm obviously referring to the awesome and growing World Rowing team that I have the privilege to lead. They are truly exceptional. I know you know that, but I want to emphasize it. What that team is delivering, what that team of 20 is delivering throughout the year is nothing short of exceptional. They produce miracles on a regular basis, and for this, I am extremely grateful. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Do you have any question? We will now then move to the approval of the report. Same question as usual, unless some of you will request it differently, but I suggest that for efficiency, we proceed with one grouping vote for these reports for the President, Vice President, Treasurer, and the Executive Director. Any opposition to such a proposal? It's not the case. So I now invite the Executive Director to proceed with the vote for the approval of these reports.
Okay, do you approve the 2024 reports of the President, the Vice President, the Treasurer, and the Executive Director? Yes, no, or abstain? You have 30 seconds. Lumi, please open the vote. And the vote is now closed. Thank you.
Can I ask to present the result, please? Total possible votes, 123. Valid vote cast, 107. Yes, 107. No, 0. Abstain, 1. Thank you very much. These reports, the reports of the President, Vice President, Treasurer, and Executive Director are approved. We can now move to the next point on the agenda. It relates to the reports of the chairs of the specialist commissions. None of the chairs of the commissions have any additional comment or remark to make. I will now open the floor for any question or remarks you may have on the reports of the specialist commissions. Please raise your hand or make a comment on chat for those who are connected if you want to interact. I don't see any. In that case, I now ask the Executive Director to proceed with the voting for the approval of these reports.
Vote number
Sorry,
4.
same approach as previously. I consider that we will continue with the same way and approve by block. Thank you.
This is vote number 4. Do you approve the 2024 report of the chairs of the specialist commissions? Yes. No. Abstain. You have 30 seconds. Can we open the vote, please? Another 3 seconds, and the vote is now closed.
Can we have the results, please? Total possible votes, 123. Valid vote cast, 103. Yes, 101. No, 2. Abstain, 1. Thank you very much. These reports
We cannot
approved.
see the vote results.
Moving now to point 7 of the agenda, reports of the continental representatives and co-opted council members. You have the report in your files. They don't have any additional remarks. So I am looking at the room if there are questions or there are no question on chat either, so we can now proceed with the approval of these reports.
Vote number 5. Do you approve the 2024 reports of the continental representatives and co-opted council members? Yes, no, abstain. Please open the vote. And the vote is now closed.
And may we have the results? Total possible votes, 123. Valid votes cast, 106. Yes, 104. No, 2. Abstention, 1. Thank you very much. The reports are approved.
We cannot see any results on the screen.
Now to the
Can you
agenda
please
points 8
solve
to
this
13
problem?
related to finance. I am going now to pass the floor to the Treasurer, Gerrit Jan to first present the 2024 financial report and statements as the item 8 of this Congress. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, JC. So on this page, you see the financial statements. They're also on page 69 of the agenda papers because they may not be that well readable. Overall, for 2024, our revenue was almost 7 million Swiss francs, including 4 million that we draw annually out of the IOC income that we get every 4 years. And with almost a similar operational cost level, that brings the operational result at 17,000 Swiss francs, which was slightly better than we had budgeted for the year. Good news over 2024 is that we made 798,000 Swiss francs result on our investment portfolio. And please note that it is a book gain, so not actual cash that fluctuates with the valuation of our investment portfolio. But with that positive result, we get to an overall positive result of 681,000 Swiss francs. So that's on our profit and loss statement for 2024. On the next page, you find our balance sheet, page 68 in the Congress papers. As 2024 is an Olympic year in which we receive the revenue from the IOC, we have a very high amount of assets of around 21 million Swiss francs. And that's the result of around $18 million revenue that we received from the IOC and that we will then spend over the 2025 to 2028 quadrennial. So you see at the bottom of this page the 15.8 reserves for expenses in the coming 4 years. Each year we will draw 4 million out of that, and then the remainder, the permanent reserve of 3.6 million. I think for now, checking if there are any questions on the financial statements.
I don't see any. And do we have on chat or connected delegates? No questions, so thank you very much. We can now move to point number 9, the auditor's report. It's on the agenda papers in your files from page 65, and you can see actually their opinion regarding the statement. So any questions on this report? I don't see. So now moving to item 10, approval of the financial statement. So I will now ask the Executive Director to conduct the voting.
Vote number 6. Do you approve the 2024 financial statements? Yes? No? Abstain? You have 30 seconds. Can we open the vote, please? The vote is closed.
Can I ask for the result on the screen?
And can we double check that the online delegates do see the voting results, please, and have a confirmation? They don't.
But that's also the reason why I'm reading the results. So for those who are connected, it seems that you cannot see the result on your screen. So that's the reason also why I'm reading the results. So for this vote on the approval of the 2024 financial statements, total possible votes 124, valid vote cast 115, yes 113, no 2, abstention 0. Thank you very much. So the 2024 financial statements are approved. Now we are moving to item 11, which is the determination of entrance fee and annual subscription. So following extensive discussions, this matter has been dealt with at the 2024 Orny Congress and again at the 2025 Cardinal Congress, when we have extensive discussion and when the revised and the final proposal was eventually adopted at the Cardinal Congress. So the next 4-year plan is well known. So any questions? Thank you. So moving to item 12, budget for the following year, and I can now pass the floor to the treasurer for the comments on the budget for the following year and specifically for 2025.
Yes, you see the 25 to 28 quadrennial budget on this slide. If you look at the bottom line, you see the overall operational result over this 4-year cycle, which adds up to around a minus 250,000 Swiss francs that we would need to offset with a positive result on our investment period to portfolio to break even. Specifically on 2025, our original budget results in a deficit of minus 273,000 Swiss francs. Latest estimate that we have at the moment is that most likely we will end up more positive, so still negative but less negative than what we have budgeted here.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions, so we can now proceed with the voting. Over to the Executive Director.
Vote number 7. Do you approve the budget for 2025? Yes, no, abstain. Can we open the vote?
Can we present the results, please? Total possible votes, 124. Valid vote cast, 114. Yes, 113. No, 1. Abstention, 1. So thank you very much. The budget for 2025 is approved. Moving now to item 13. Appointment of the external auditors. Article 33, paragraph 2 says that the auditors are appointed each year by the Congress based on a recommendation for the Internal Audit Committee. I'm now asking the Treasurer, Chair of the Internal Audit Committee, to present the outcome of and the recommendation.
So the Internal Audit Committee recommends PricewaterhouseCoopers as the external auditors for the 2025 accounts. So no change to the current situation.
Just to mention maybe that part of the good governance practice, a tender process to check the market for the provision of external audit service was carried out by the Internal Audit Committee, and that has led to the recommendation that just presented by the by the Treasurer. So now I can ask the Executive Director to move with the voting.
This is vote number 8. Do you approve the recommendation of the Internal Audit Committee to appoint PricewaterhouseCoopers as external auditors for 2025? Yes, no, abstain. Please open the vote. Another 5 seconds. And the vote is closed.
Can we please have the results? Total possible votes, 124, valid votes cast 112, yes 112, no 0, abstention 3. So thank you, the recommendation is approved. So with this we conclude the section on finance, and we can now actually, I would suggest not to move with item 14, but to start with one of the points of item 21, which is related to the question or the matter of Article 47. Indeed, we will have in the item 14 election of the executive committee members, and since this article is related to that matter, I found appropriate to deal with this particular point at this point in time. So just to remind you the context, the council proposal to, you will remember, sorry, that a formal proposal was to amend the Article 47 of the World Rowing Statutes was submitted to the 2025 Quadrennial Congress by Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and USA. The proposal aimed to address the lack of continental diversity in the Executive Committee. After careful review at the time, the Council considered that the proposal did not address the issue properly and recommended that authority be granted to this Congress, the 2025 Ordinary Congress, to review the specific article, allowing more time for discussion on this sensitive and governance matter. So following the approval of the Council recommendation by the Quadrennial Congress, a working group has been formed to prepare, to discuss the matter and to prepare a recommendation for this 2025 Ordinary Congress. And so this working group was co-chaired by Vice President Trisha Smith and the chair of the Governance Working Group, Anna Marie Phelps. And it's my pleasure now to give the floor to our Vice President to present you with the report.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Good morning, everyone. And as Jean-Christophe said, and I'll repeat just so everyone knows what we're talking about, and it's very clear. So at this year's Extraordinary Congress, there was a proposal from Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and USA, basically regarding the makeup of the Executive Committee. In the event that there were fewer than 3 continental regions represented on the Executive Committee, they made a proposal on how to deal with that scenario. As Jean-Christophe said, it's a complicated situation. It's a very important situation, and the member federations, granted the authority to the 2025 Ordinary Congress, this Congress, to amend this specific article, because as you know, normally we can only do that in the extraordinary Congresses. So that allowed us more time. We put a working group together, if you go back to the working group, and I just have to thank Anna Marie Phelps, the co-chair of the working group, did a lot of work on this. You see the members, the representatives also from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, I have to thank, and USA, and I have to thank Carol Purser, who took the lead representing that group in the final work that was done. So thank you, Carol, for that. So then we move on to what the primary objectives of the group were. Basically, we wanted to evaluate the geographical diversity at World Rowing in all its dimensions, so not just on the executive, and also see where the opportunities were to make sure that we received more diversity. We examined the proposal received by Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and USA. We conducted consultations with the relevant member federations, and then we developed a recommendation ensuring any proposal balances fairness, representation, and operational efficiency. We can't have an executive board made up of, too many individuals. It's just not efficient. And our treasurer had something to say about that as well. We reviewed the current wording of Article 47. So we basically came up with a council proposal, which is supported by the proposers and the working group. And in essence, if after all of the elections, the executive has less than 3 continents represented, then there's a mechanism to add another member to the executive committee from another of the continents. And first it would come from council. And if council is not ready or willing, any member of council not ready or willing to take the position, then it can come from one of the members of the FISA commissions. So that's basically the principle. It sets out that ambition that the executive committee members will be drawn from at least 3 continents. It ensures the executive committee contains members from at least 2 continents. It maintains a feasible and efficient decision-making size, so we're just adding 1. It retains the principle of a skills-based selection, so the executive committee would recommend the additional nominee based on skills needed on the executive committee. And it provides a process to return the executive committee to the original size if we achieve the 3 continents represented. So we'll now go to the wording. Basically, the first part, 47.1, is just removing the word the or the. And we can move to the next section. And so that section basically sets out the details of how we would achieve what I just described. So that if after the elections, there's not more than 3 continents represented on the executive committee, there's this process to appoint an additional member. Are there any questions on that? I'm sure you've all had a chance to read it. So rather than me reading the whole thing to you, I think it's quite clear. It's it has the approval of the nominator, of the proposers of the initial proposal, which addresses the concerns of perhaps lack of diversity on the executive committee. Any questions? I'll pass back to the chair for the vote.
Thank you, Trisha. Any comment on the chat? I don't see any in the room. I don't see also on the chat. So over to the executive director to proceed with the vote.
Vote number 9 to the absolute majority. Do you approve the council proposal for the election? What question?
It's not the absolute majority. We are talking about an amendment of the statutes. It's a 2/3 majority.
Okay.
This is
okay. So we will.
This is a mistake on the screen. Yeah. This decision is related to the authority this particular Congress has been granted by the Quadrennial Congress to change, to amend the statutes. So it's a 2/3 majority. Is it clear for everyone? Contrary to what you have on the screen, I repeat, this is a 2/3 majority required. Thank you.
It will be minuted accordingly, that change to the slide. Apologies for that. So, do you approve the council proposal for the election of the 3 council members? Oh, okay, so we're on the right. I need the right slide then. Yeah, okay, all right, here you go. Thank you, sorry. Item 21, vote 9. Do you approve the proposed amendments to Article 47? Yes, no, abstain. Please open the vote. The vote is closed.
Can we have the results, please? Total possible votes 124, valid votes cast 110, yes 101, no 9, abstention 5. So with 91.82%, this amendment is adopted and will change the statutes in that according to your decision. Thank you. Okay, having passed this point, I will go back to the order and to agenda point 14, Council and Executive Committee elections in accordance with Article 35 and 47. So, Article 35 and its bylaw relates to the Council. Article 47 relates to the election of the 3 Council members to the Executive Committee. So today, based on our statutes, the Congress is going to elect the President, the Vice President, the Treasurer, and indeed the 3 Executive Committee members. In addition, the current chair of the Sports Medicine Commission has reached the statutory age limit and will have to hand over by the end of this year. As this casual vacancy was expected, we have published in due time the call for candidacy, and we have received 2 submissions by the deadline. So the elected new chair will serve in the position to complete the current mandate, which ends on the 31st December 2027. So, related to the election for the Executive Committee, and according to the statutes, Article 47, the 3 Council members shall be elected individually based on a proposal from the Council. So all Council members are eligible as long as they have been in the role since the 1st of January 2025. And the first set of, after the first set of elections, I will adjourn the Congress so that the Council can meet and define its recommendation for the 3 positions. You will have then, at this point in time, dear delegates, you will have the opportunity to enjoy a coffee break. So you have in your agenda papers the documents regarding all candidates for the different positions. For each of the elections, we will proceed as follows. A delegate of the member federation of each of the candidates will make a short presentation. You will have the opportunity, dear delegates, to make comments or ask questions, and then we will move to the electronic vote. For clarity, the candidate must receive the absolute majority as per Article 32 of the statutes. That is to say, more than 50% of the valid vote cast. I remind you that the abstention are not considered. Abstention are not considered as valid vote cast. Do you have any question of this process? So, are you ready to start? It's my privilege now to hand over to our Vice President, Trisha Smith, to chair the Congress and conduct the election of the President. Thank you, Trisha. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and dear delegates, as you can see from the agenda documents, we've received 1 nomination from the French Rowing Federation for the position of President. We will now proceed with the presentation of the candidate. We're very fortunate to have our current president, Jean-Christophe Rolland, running again for president of our organization. I invite the delegate from France to take the stage, Sébastien Veilledon, National Technical Director of FFA. The floor is yours.
Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Rowing family, my name is Sébastien Veilledon. I'm the CEO of the French Rowing Federation. On behalf of the French Rowing Federation, it is my distinct honor to present Jean-Christophe Rolland as he seeks a re-election as president of World Rowing. Tradition called for us to reflect on his remarkable athletic career, gold medalist in Sydney, bronze medalist in Atlanta, and 5 times gold medalist at World Championships. However, beyond these impressive achievements on the water, what French rowing wishes to highlight today is Jean-Christophe's constant commitment to our sport. He has dedicated his life to rowing, both as an athlete and as a leader. Since 2014, Jean-Christophe has guided world rowing with passion, vision, and determination. Under his leadership, world rowing has embraced modernization and innovation. Major reforms in classic rowing, introduction of mixed gender events to promote equality, coastal rowing with beach ring sprint in the Olympics program for LA 2028, and growing development of indoor rowing. He has also been driving forces behind our commitment on sustainability and the protection of our waterways, ensuring responsible and ambitious future for rowing worldwide. Jean-Christophe's leadership extends far behind our sports. He's a respected member of the IOC and he served on the board of the WADA and ASORF. He also used to serve in Paris 2024 Organization Committee as a board member. As he stands for a new mandate, Jean-Christophe reminds us that while we can be proud of our progress we've made, much remains to be accomplished. His vision is clear: to build a rowing sport that is stronger, more inclusive, and more innovative, serving all generations of rowers. It is with a great confidence and enthusiasm that on behalf of the French Rowing Federation, I invite you to support Jean-Christophe Rolland's candidacy for the presidency of World Rowing. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Sébastien. Are there any other comments or remarks from delegates? I will now pass the floor to our Executive Director to proceed with the vote.
This appears to be the correct question, so I will proceed. Item number 14. Please cast your vote. The candidate for the post of president is Jean-Christophe Rolland, nominated by France. Yes, no, abstain. You have 30 seconds. Can we open the vote, please? Another 5 seconds. And the vote is now closed.
May we have the results, please? Congratulations, Jean-Christophe, and may I say on behalf of the room, we are so pleased that you will continue to be our president for the next 4 years. You have been an incredible example in the world of sport, not only for us, but for the international federations, and again, thank you for all you do for our sport. I'll pass the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. I need a few seconds. Okay, the delegates, thank you for your trust. I'm deeply honored, and given that I stood unopposed, yes, the outcome was expected, but still, I do feel a genuine and deep emotion at this moment. Saving the sport, saving our sport is my unique ambition in applying for this role. I do know the responsibility of the mission, especially in these challenging times. I can ensure you that my line of conduct will not change. The strict respect of the best value of Olympism and of sport. Thank you again for your support. I think this mission I will go with you, with your support, and it's only all together that we can address the challenges and that we can make our sport have a fantastic future. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. So we will now move with the election of the Vice President. So as you are aware, Trisha Smith, our Vice President since 2014, is not standing for re-election, and we have received applications from 2 member federations, namely in alphabetical order of the acronym of Great Britain and Germany. So I will now ask the delegates of the 2 federations to come and present the candidates, starting with the representative of GBR, Mark Davis, CEO of British Rowing. So Mark, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations. Dear delegates, how do I capture in just 2 minutes someone with the commitment, breadth of experience and love of rowing that Anna-Marie Phelps has? I've seen her building bridges across nations for almost 30 years. From reviving rowing in the Commonwealth, through the World Rowing Working Group that we've just been hearing about, to carrying women's voices to the UN General Assembly only last week. But rather than relying just on my view, I've spent the last few days asking people around this room what you think are her greatest strengths. Your answers have been clear. You've told me how she's a pioneer in welfare. She's always so helpful. She tells you the truth. She listens. She's well connected. She's resilient. She's intelligent. She's loyal. She has time for everyone. She sees the bigger picture and she understands the sport. A supreme networker and an exceptional ambassador, she is collaborative. She's strong. She carries our voice, even though we're a smaller nation. She has the experience. She has a global perspective. Is any of that a surprise, given her outstanding record? A former world champion who once battled through travel delays for 36 hours to make it to the Crash Bees, which she duly won, she's never stopped championing the sport. The full list of her many roles is in your papers, but let me just pull out a couple. She spent 19 years on the British Rowing Board, including as president. So she knows directly what it takes to run a member federation and what we all need from World Rowing. Add to that service on the Executive Committee of the European Olympic Committee, as president of European Rowing, on the IPC Legal and Ethics Committee, as president of the British Olympic Association. The list goes on and on. In spite of all her achievements, though, what most defines Anna-Marie is her humility, her kindness, and the respect that she inspires worldwide as she quietly goes about getting things done. So vote for her, not because Great Britain supports her, although of course we do. Vote for her because she will support you. As one delegate in this room put it to me yesterday, Anna-Marie Phelps is the best.
Thank you. And now the floor is to the delegate of the German Rowing Federation, Alexander Kersten. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Mr. President Roland, congratulations from Germany to your election. Dear delegates, distinguished members of World Rowing, dear friends of our sport. It is my great honor and privilege to introduce a candidate whose name is synonymous with excellence, leadership and unwavering dedication to rowing, Lenka Dienstbach-Wech. Lenka is not just a candidate for Vice President of World Rowing, she's a living testament to the power of sports, inspire communities and drive change. Her journey from a three-time Olympic athlete to a respected surgeon, from a champion on the water to a leader in the boardroom, embodies the values we all hold dear: perseverance, integrity, team spirit, and of course, passion. These are the qualities that will guide Lenka as Vice President of World Rowing. Her leadership is rooted in collaboration and innovation. As a member of the IOC Health, Medical and Science Commission, Lenka has worked tirelessly to ensure that athletes compete with their health and rights protected. She believes in a world rowing that is inclusive, transparent and forward-thinking, one that embraces equality, supports athletes at every level, and adapts to the challenges of our time. Lenka's candidacy is about her vision for the future. She is committed to strengthening athletes' representation and ensuring that their voices are heard, promoting gender equality in all aspects of our sport, advancing sustainability and innovation in rowing events and governance, and fostering global growth by creating a truly international federation. Lenka doesn't just talk about change, she makes it happen. In Lenka Dienstbach-Wech, we have a leader who understands the soul of rowing, the needs of its athletes, and the challenges of its future. She is a bridge between the past and the future, a champion who has never stopped fighting for what she believes in. Please join me and support Lenka as the next Vice President of World Rowing. Together we can steer our sport toward a brighter, more inclusive and more successful future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the delegates, comments? If not, over to the Executive Director to proceed with the voting.
Vote 11 for the election of Vice President. Please cast one vote. The candidates for the post of Vice President are Anna-Marie Phelps, nominated by GBR, and Lenka Dienstbach-Wech, nominated by Germany. Or abstain. Vote is open. Another 5 seconds. We are now closing the vote.
May I ask for the results, please? Total possible votes, 124. Total possible votes, 124. Valid vote cast, 116. Anna-Marie Phelps, 103. Lenka Dienstbach-Wech, 13. Abstention, 1. So Anna-Marie Phelps is elected Vice President. I just remind you that the mandate will start on 1st of January 2026. Anna-Marie, if you want to say a few words, please come. I would like just to congratulate Anna-Marie for the election, but also to say that we had very good two candidates, and thank you to Lenka for applying for this position.
Really, all I can say is thank you. I'm feeling quite emotional, actually. And I was tempted to do a little dance on the way like our former Prime Minister did, but I think only Mark will appreciate that one. First of all, may I say thank you to Lenka. There's no competition, no race, no mandate without competition. And Lenka, we've had a great campaign between the two of us, I think, and very respectful. So thank you very much. I'm deeply humbled by the support that you've given me, very grateful, and I really look forward to getting to know all of you and all of your member federations much better than I already do, and to serving you, supporting Jean-Christophe and World Rowing, and to working on all the things that we've discussed over the last few months. So thank you, Great Britain, for supporting me. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you all soon. Thank you.
So we are moving now to the election of the treasurer. We have received one submission from the Dutch Federation. We will now have the presentation, and I will have the delegates from Netherlands to come to the stage. Wouter van Groningen, board member of the Dutch Federation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations on your re-election. Dear delegates, dear colleagues, it is my honor as Vice President of the Dutch Rowing Federation to give you our official support to Gerrit-Jan Eggenkamp, his re-election as a World Rowing Treasurer. And for those who may not know Gerrit-Jan very well, let me briefly introduce him to you. Gerrit-Jan started rowing at age 11 and rowed his first Junior World Rowing Championships in 1993. Competed in 3 Olympic Games for the Netherlands and won a silver medal in Athens. Outside the boat, he was president of the organizing committee of the World Rowing Championships in 2014 in Amsterdam and has been a member of the World Rowing Council since 2015. He has served as the World Rowing Treasurer since 2019. And in his professional life, he spent 8 years as a consultant with McKinsey and has worked as a private equity investor for 12 years. And of course, that's an impressive resume, but more importantly is why you should vote for him again. Gerrit-Jan has seen rowing from all sides and brings deep financial expertise to our sport. He has ensured World Rowing's financial stability, successfully guiding the organization through challenging years like COVID. Looking ahead, his ambitions are to diversify World Rowing's income streams further and strengthen the commercial positions that we have in our sports on all disciplines. Most of all, Gerrit-Jan is a really nice guy. He is approachable and committed, and in the opinion of the Dutch Rowing Federation, he is an outstanding candidate for re-election as treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we proceed with the voting?
Vote number 12. Election of the treasurer. Please cast your vote. Yes, no, or abstain. Please open the vote. Another 5 seconds. And we can now close the vote, please.
Can I ask for the results? Total possible votes, 124, valid vote cast 115, yes 114, no 1, abstention 3. Congratulations, Gaëtian. If you want to say a few words.
Just a few. No, thank you all for your support. I'm much looking forward to continue to work with Vincent and his team and the executive committee to drive all the initiatives we've been investing in and get the results out of that. So, thank you.
Moving to the next election, as I mentioned earlier on, we have received, we are moving with the election of the Sports Medicine Commission Chair, and we have received applications from two member federations, namely in alphabetical order, Canada and Denmark. You have the candidates on the screen, so I'm now asking the delegates of the two federations to come and present the candidates, starting with the representative, the delegate of Canada, Carol Purcell, President of Rowing Canada. Carol, the floor is yours.
Thank you for this opportunity. President Roland, Member Federation, colleagues and guests. It is my great pleasure to speak on behalf of Dr. Michael Wilkinson, candidate for chair of the World Rowing Sports Medicine Commission. Originally from South Africa, Mike has an extensive background in elite sports medicine in Africa as well as in Canada. This background has involved business, medical, and major games planning skills and experiences, creating a unique set of skills for the chair of the World Rowing Sports Medicine Committee. His 15 years on the Sports Medicine Committee has allowed him to gain experience on many cross-functional World Rowing working groups, such as safeguarding, anti-doping advisory, the TUE Committee, water safety, development in coastal rowing, and event safety. This expansive contribution has also allowed the development of close working relationships with the IOC, IPC, and the ASOIF medical teams. Also of note, Dr. Mike Wilkinson led Rowing Canada Aviron through the pandemic safely and successfully. Due to his careful planning and execution, his work in this regard was recognized by the World Health Organization as one of the top 10 organizations in the world adapting and managing COVID. As chair of the Sports Medicine Committee, Mike will expand the leadership of the committee with two vice chairs to enable the committee's expertise to be more effectively utilized. Mike will work on behalf of all member federations to protect the health and safety of athletes under the principles of ethics, scientific process, and fairness. Mike will implement a research and education subcommittee to collect and manage rowing-related medical and scientific research to expand our knowledge of rowing injuries, performance factors, as well as health and safety. And Mike will ensure that the SMC expert guidelines recommendations are accessible to all World Rowing members via the WR website and through presentations and scientific publications. In closing, it is important to note that Mike is approachable, open-minded, and seeks to understand. He views teamwork as a positive approach and so ensures a motivated and encouraging work environment. Please cast your vote for the very capable Chair of the Sports Medicine Commission, Dr. Michael Wilkinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. I'm now asking the delegate from Denmark, Kasper Angensen, President of the Danish Rowing Federation, to come to the stage. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, colleagues, this is actually my first time at a World Rowing Congress. So please note, I'm pretty much scared, nervous, and proud being here at the same time. It is my great honor to stand before you today to present a candidate who is, in my view, the ideal choice in leading the Sports Medicine Commission as a chairman, Henning Bay Nielsen. Henning's professional and personal journey is deeply rooted in both rowing and medicine. He has spent decades building a career as a respected medical doctor with specialized expertise in sports medicine, injury prevention, and athlete health. At the same time, he has lived and breathed rowing, not just as a sport, but as lifelong passion and community. Yes, this unique combination of medical excellence and rowing dedication makes him especially qualified to guide the important commission. Henning has a proven track record of leaderships. In Denmark, he has been a cornerstone of sports medicine, working closely with rowing clubs, national teams, and federations. He has advised athletes from grassroots beginners to world-class championships, always with the same sign of philosophy: the athletes come first. He is widely respected and notoriously known for not only for his medical knowledge, but also for his passion, integrity, his fairness, and his collaborative spirit to bring people together. Internationally, Henning has contributed to World Rowing Mission through years of active service. He knows our structure, he knows our challenge, and he knows how to bring people together to find proper and practical solutions. Whether it has been guiding medical protocol, advising or safeguards, or responding to the new challenge of athlete health in modern sport, Henning has shown himself to be forward-thinking and deeply committed. Colleague, this is not only about choosing a chairman, it's about choosing the right steward for the athlete health in our sport. With Henning, we gain not only knowledge and experiences, also a chairman who knows all the way from winning medals at the World Championships, being president of a member federation, advise athletes and coaches to the work, and at least the last 20 years of work within and around the Sports Medicine Commission. Today, Henning focuses on only the work of sports medicine, and I'm proud to support the candidate and invite you to join me in the election of Henning Bay Nielsen as the chairman of the Sports Medicine Commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Kasper. Any questions, comments? This is not the case, so over to the Executive Director to conduct the voting, please.
Vote number 13 for the election of the chair of the Sports Medicine Commission. Please cast one vote. The candidates for the chair are Michael Wilkinson, Henning Bay Nielsen, or you can abstain. The vote is open. The vote is now closed.
May I ask for the results, please? Total possible votes So, total possible votes 124, valid vote cast 118, Michael Wilkinson 72, 61%, Enimbe Nielsen 46, 38.98%, abstention 1. So Mike Wilkinson is elected chair of the Sports Medicine Commission starting on 1st of January 2026. Congratulations, Mike. Welcome to the council. Is Mike around?
All I can say is thank you to Congress and the delegates and everybody for the trust you place in me. I can promise that I'll do my best to look after the health and safety of our athletes and all participants. And to Henning, thank you. We've already agreed we will have a good beer together and keep working together. So here we go. Thank you very much. I look forward to this.
So, the delegates, you have elected the new chair of the Sports Medicine Commission, and obviously we wish him all the very best. And allow me to take the opportunity also to express on behalf of World Rowing and the Council our sincere gratitude and thanks to Dr. Jürgen Stanecker. Dr. Stanecker is truly a monument in the field of sports medicine, and especially in rowing. Despite his demanding schedule as a doctor, professor, and head of a university hospital, he always found time for rowers and for rowing, his lifelong passion. He's among the most, if not the most, published medical professional in the world of rowing, with a long list of honors and recognitions for his outstanding contributions for medicine and sports science. Yet beyond all this achievement, he has dedicated incredible energy and devotion to rowing in Ulm, in Bavaria, in Germany, and since 2000 within the World Rowing Sports Medicine Commission. From 2016, he has also served as chair of the commission and member of the World Rowing Council, truly a life of service to rowers and to rowing. Jürgen's journey began as an athlete himself from 1973, still alive, to 1984. While studying medicine, he competed as a rower and earned a number of medals at the German national championships. He qualified as a doctor in 1983, later specializing in sports medicine and completing his PhD in 1993. After his graduation, he served in the German Air Force before embarking on his distinguished medical career. His expertise has shaped not only World Rowing, but also the global sports medicine community. He has played leading roles in major international journals, contributing to WADA's Health, Medical and Research Committee, and frequently shared his knowledge in IOC seminars and panels. Among so many contributions, I must single out one particularly challenging time, the COVID-19 pandemic. Jürgen's advice, network, and tireless support were invaluable. Despite the extraordinary pressures he faced as a doctor during that crisis, he guided us through uncertainty, helping to draft and refine the protocols that allowed rowing regattas to return safely. For that, Jürgen, we owe you an especially heartfelt thank you. We know this is not the last time we will see you, for sure, and that you will continue to your amazing volunteering for rowers and rowing in many different ways. On behalf of World Rowing, please receive our sincere thanks for your extraordinary contributions to sports medicine and to safe and healthy rowing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, council members, for this address of greeting. I was, since 2000, the year 2000, I'm in world rowing, and I always felt the pleasure to serve my sport, which I was also competing as an athlete. And this is a unique chance to work with all of you. And you know, you get advice being world rowing or an individual federation, which is always focused on the athlete. I'm very thankful to my commission members, which makes this all possible. My decade was really the COVID-related issues, and I'm very proud that we have been in the forefront, making us the first international federation to do championships. It was only European championships, but we were successful, and I thank you all, and I'm happy to support you. We did also this big Berlin scientific conference. We will do another conference and have the light of rowing in the world. Thank you very much.
So this concludes the election section. The delegates, as previously announced, I am now adjourning the Congress. This is for you the opportunity to relax a little bit and to have a coffee break. I am asking the council members to immediately reach the adjacent room so that we can proceed with our internal meeting. So if I'm correct, it is now 10:55, so 5 minutes to 11. So please be back in this room at the latest at 11:25 so that we can resume the Congress by 11:30. Thank you. Can I ask you to take your seat, please? Ah, ouais. Il y a quoi comme problème? Dans les agendas? Non. Ah merde. C'est pas ainsi. Alors attends. The delegates, thank you very much. We are perfectly on time, and I hope that you have appreciated the coffee break, that you have been able to discuss with your counterparts. So, as announced, the Council has met, and we can now proceed with the election of the 3 Council members to the Executive Committee according to the Article 47. I think we can now put on the screen the recommendation from the Council on the alphabetical order. So these are the 3 Council members that the Council recommend to the Congress to be elected in the Executive Committee. We will proceed for this vote as an individual. It's an individual election, so one by one, and again, according to the alphabetical order. Any question at this point in time? It's clear? Okay, so I think that we can proceed now with the first vote, and I'm handing over to the Executive Director.
Okay. Do you approve the Council recommendation to appoint Lenka Dinsbach-Wech, co-opted Council member, as member of the Executive Committee? Yes, no, or abstain? The vote is now closed.
Can I ask for the result? Total possible votes 121, valid votes cast 113, yes 104, no 9, abstention 1. So thank you. Lenka Wech is elected as the Council in the Executive Committee. Thank you. And congratulations. So moving to the second election.
Very well. Do you approve the Council recommendation to appoint Eva Santo, Chair of the Events Commission from Hungary, as member of the Executive Committee? Yes, no, abstain. The vote is open. The vote is now closed.
Can I ask for the results? Total possible votes 121, valid votes cast 115, yes 113, no 2, abstention 0. Congratulations. You have elected Eva Santo, member of the Executive Committee. Can we move with the third election?
Do you approve the Council recommendation to appoint Matthias Binder, Chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission from Switzerland, as member of the Executive Committee? Yes, no, abstain. The vote is open. The vote is now closed.
Can I ask for the results? Total possible votes 121, valid votes cast 114, yes 102, no 12, abstention 1. Congratulations, you have elected Matthias Binder, member of the Executive Committee. Thank you. This concludes the election section. So we can move now to agenda point 15, the reports of continental rowing confederations and other member groupings. We welcome the reports of the Continental Rowing Confederation and other member groupings that are recognized under Article 18 and 19. You have all these reports in your files, in the agenda papers. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Father President Mehdi Garidi for the African Rowing Confederation, Co-Pare President Maria Arguedias for the Americas Rowing Confederation, ARF President Chen Chun-Tin for the Asian Rowing Federation, ERC President Anna Marie Feb for the European Rowing Confederation, and ORCON President Duncan Free for the Oceanian Rowing Confederation. So thank you to them. Regarding the member groupings recognized in accordance to Article 19, I'd like to thank for the Arab Rowing Federation, the report from FAA President Khaled Zain Eldin, for the Balkan Rowing Association report from BRS Secretary General Doran Alupai, for the Commonwealth Rowing Association report from CRA President Peter Cookson, pour la Coupe de la Jeunesse, le rapport du président Gary Harris, and for the South American Rowing Confederation, the report from XAR President Raul Pelletti. If you have any question on these reports, do not hesitate to liaise with them, as not all of them are with us today. So we have now the report on application for affiliation and voting consequent thereon as per item 16 of the agenda. There is none, so we do not have any this year, which led us to move to point 17, report on future world rowing event and Olympic and Paralympic regattas. So we will have a few presentations today, and starting with the 2025 World Rowing Beach Sprints Finals to be held in Antalya, Turkey, and I invite to have, we have a presentation, so please, can we proceed with this presentation? We have the president of the Turkey Federation is with us, so please, Aaron, come to the stage. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, Board, and all member federations. Hello, everybody. After elections, stress relieved, and I will just say a few sentences because the schedule is busy and we have less time. I am passing the Antalya parts, how beautiful it is and how a wonderful city. To make your travel as smooth as possible, we kindly ask please all teams to plan their flights early and to inform us of arrival and departure airport in advance, because there is, bless you, because our arrival departure is a little bit busy there, so we can plan as early as we can to make your travel smooth. Our venue is a comfortable driving distance from the airport. It's like 1 hour in a coastal road. It's very good, and you will enjoy it, I think. Accommodations will be on a full board basis with prices in euro per person, including both airport transfers and local and shuttle services. Finally, for all the teams, we have available training camps, and these can be booked directly through our organization committee. You can reach immediately because we have some limited boat options. By the way, when I have the stage, I congratulate all the athletes and organizing committee, all the teams. It was fascinating races. And new elected president, vice president, and all commissions, congratulations again. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Eren Ertug. We are now moving to a presentation from Amsterdam 2026. So, thank you for joining to the stage for the presentation.
Thank you. Dear Congress, we are extremely excited to be welcoming you back to Amsterdam next year, and we are proud to host the World Championships in 2026. We will invite you to our home base, the Bosbaan, and our Olympic training facilities, the place where our athletes train and prepare every day. It feels truly special to welcome the world of rowing to our heartland. The Shanghai IOC and the administration set the bar for this year with an amazing championships, and we will be doing everything in our power to raise that bar again. And before we take you through our plans, let's watch a short video. It will give you a sense of atmosphere and the progress we are making. After that, we will share a bit more about how we are preparing this event.
In August 2026, the world comes together on the waters in Amsterdam. From the quiet before the race to the roar of the victory on the Bosbaan, every stroke counts, every second, every breath. From legends to newcomers, and everybody watching. Driven by one beat, one dream, one sport. This is more than rowing. This is power, focus, ultimate teamwork. 2026, World Rowing Championships. World class, world rowing, welcome to Amsterdam.
Thank you. So, if we go to the next slide, I can do that? Oh, good. Perfect, thank you. This is what the venue looks like right now. Promising, right? So the Bosbaan is undergoing major renovations. Boathouses, towers, roads and bridges are being redone. Everything is being renewed to make sure the facilities are in top condition for next year. And we are working closely with the World Rowing team to make sure it meets the highest standards. And by 2026, the venue will be in top condition, offering world-class facilities for athletes, coaches and fans. And I'm very happy that Irene IJs, the honorary president of our local organizing committee of the World Rowing Championships next year, is here to talk you through our plans.
So this is an impression of how the regatta course will look in 2026. For those of you not familiar with the Bosbaan, it's a beautiful venue. It's right in the middle of Amsterdam forest, within the green, but also right next to the vibrant city center of Amsterdam. The airport is nearby. It's like a 20-minute drive. So everything is close. Even the development facilities will be close right next to the course. And on the Bosbaan, we will not only deliver great racing, but we also really want to deliver a great atmosphere and a really great experience. Athletes in the heart of it, fans closer than ever, and a really engaging program around the racing. Then to the head of the Bosbaan, we will create an athlete village. It will be right next to the athlete entrance, and it will be an area that is also only 70 meters away from the boat park. So again, everything close together. In this athlete area, there will be the team tents, a restaurant, also the warm-up and a cool-down area, and also a really quiet area with bedding just for rest. So nice and close together. And Wouter already mentioned, the Bosbaan is the home base of our successful rowing team. And what we have there is the rowing kitchen, the top sport kitchen. Basically, the cooking there is done for all athletes every day. And this is really nutritious, it's all based, all designed for quick recover build-up, with great attention to allergies and diet. So for the 2026 athletes, the top sport kitchen will cook for everybody, for all the athletes. This will be served in the athletes' village, but can be on demand for teams that seek arrangement, can be delivered at the hotel warm. So that is something to look forward for, I would say. Fans. Yeah, like in 2014, we really aim to give the fans and the visitors new to the sport a great experience. We will have again, for those who already were there in 2014, we have again a great fan zone right at the waterfront, close to the finish line, and that's where where the athletes can celebrate their medals in the middle of all their supporters on the venue. So this, basically, our event will be one of connection and engagement, really celebrating rowing together. That is what we aim for. And of course, sustainability will be one of our key commitments. And we, for that, encourage public transport, but especially biking. We have a whole fleet of orange bikes ready. So we could say for Amsterdam, the new orange is the new green. We will provide locally sourced food and of course make sure that our event contributes positively to the beautiful environment of the Bosbaan in the end. For teams as well as for guests, we have pre-booked a number of hotels. These are all convenient between the airport and the Bosbaan, which is a very short drive, as mentioned before. What is good to know, you can all find all the details on the website and in the bulletin. But what is good to know that at the same time that we have our World Championships, we will also have the World Championships field hockey in the same area at the same time. So the demand for booking hotels is quite high. So we were very early. So World Hockey is looking at our spare inventory. So please, I would like to encourage you to, if whatever booking you want to make it quickly. And yeah, we are together with hockey. So we're talking with hockey to combine tickets so that rovers can watch their home teams in hockey and any other way around, but that's not ready yet. But we are live with the ticketing. So you can go to our website stated here in order to book the tickets for next year. We have a really nice big VIP hospitality on the finish line hanging over the water, like in 2014. But yeah, we expect quite some home crowd after the great regatta here. I just can say, please share this information with all your team and your fans in order to book. I think that's what I wanted to tell.
Quickly rounding up for you, on behalf of Dutch Rowing Federation, let me close with this. We are really proud and we are really excited, and we can't wait to see you in Amsterdam. Together we will create the World Championships that the rowing world will remember for years to come. Looking forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Amsterdam delegation. So for the next presentation, I will hand over to our head of sports and events department, Natalie Phillips, to update you on the next Olympic and Paralympic regattas, starting with Dakar, I guess. Natalie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Dear delegates, we wanted to take this opportunity to update you on two events. So the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar, Senegal, and the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics in Los Angeles. So first, starting with Dakar. So we conducted with Gwyn a site visit in July. We went to the venue and did a beach assessment, and from this image you can see a picture of the beach. So we are located in Sali. It is about 50 minutes to an hour drive from Dakar. The athletes will be staying in the Olympic Village in Dakar and coming to the venue each day. For the rowing competition schedule, we will have racing over 4 days. Training will start on the 29th of October. There will be 2 days of training, and we will have the opening ceremony on the same day as our first racing day. An important point to note is we do not have a qualification process. It is the way that we are allocating the participation is through participation principles. And NOCs had to indicate by the 31st of July to the IOC if they were intending to participate. So where we are in the process at the moment is we have received from the IOC the total number of NOCs interested in participating in Dakar. So as you'll see on the screen, we have had a high reply rate. So 82 NOCs have requested to participate, of which 15 from Africa, 14 from the Americas, 19 from Asia, 31 from Europe, and 3 from Oceania. And here is the breakdown as well of the events. So 80 of those NOCs interested in the men's solo, 73 in the women's solo, and 65 in the mixed double sculls. An important point again, a reminder regarding the age requirement, as this is different to previous Youth Olympic Games, so the previous Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires. Athletes must be born on or after the 14th of November 2008. Our athlete quota is 64, so 32 male, 32 female, and here we have a maximum of 3 athletes per NOC. To be eligible to participate, the NOCs must ensure that their athletes are safe, competent, and experienced in this discipline. And we will be reviewing this point very carefully with the IOC. NOCs must also demonstrate the existence of an active youth beach sprint rowing program. And as well, finally, the swim test. It is really, really important that all athletes must be able to swim at least 50 meters and remain afloat with their head above water for 3 minutes. So where we are within the timeline, again, we are reviewing all of this criteria now with the IOC, and we will be going back to them to indicate out of the 80 NOCs if they are all eligible or if there are any that are not. And then following that, we have to go through the list of the participation principles, universality, that there is a high representation from Africa, the general continental representation, as well as host country representation from Senegal, athlete performance from different rankings at events such as the 2025 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and gender equality. Next, we go into an update regarding the Los Angeles Olympic and Paralympic Games. So as you know, we have our sport manager that is finally in LA. Matt Evans started in July. So it's really great to have him on the ground within the organizing committee in LA. Just as we go through the presentation, to be clear, we're using different acronyms for these games. So ROW, row, is relating to classic. And where we put RCB, this is relating to coastal. Our competition dates for rowing, so we will first start with classic from the 15th to 22nd of July. We do have a spare day, which is on the 23rd of July. And for coastal rowing, 24th and 25th of July, we do not have a spare day. And for the training days, we will be able to inform you later in the year regarding how many training days are possible per discipline. For the athlete quota and allocation, so it's really important that as World Rowing we find a balance between excellence, universality, and an attractive program. And as with Paris, we have an overall quota of 502 athletes. However, now the quota for the lightweight doubles has been reallocated to coastal. So for classic, we have 438 athletes, and for coastal, we have 64. A reminder to all of the delegates regarding our quota allocation from Paris, as this will help you understand the next slide as we go into LA for the classic allocation, especially regarding the continental quotas. This is the proposal that World Rowing is putting forward to the IOC, that we will have within the continents 5 single quota spots for Asia, Oceania, 5 for Africa, 5 for the Americas, and 3 for Europe. This is exactly the same as we had in Paris. The difference here is regarding the number of boats in the pairs and in the doubles. With our new progression system, with 7 entries, as you'll see with the 8s, this means that we will have 1 8 going to the Olympics and having 1 race. And following this is we're evaluating whether, as a sport, this is something that we want to provide or not, or look for additional opportunities to have more boats so that we could have a B final and also create a bit more of an attractive program on the final days for the last 2 days. So you will see on the bottom right-hand corner, there is, when you do the calculation per sex for athletes, you have a total of 216 quotas. That means there's a remaining of 3. And these 3, there's a proposal to put forward that they're 3 quota for coxes. This means that if within your team you have 8 men that qualify for the games, they could double up into the 8. And this is one proposal that we're evaluating. It is not confirmed. We're still exploring these opportunities with the IOC. Where we are on the competition schedule, because the number of quotas, the number of entries per boat relates directly to the competition schedule. So we put forward a proposal in June to the IOC and to LA, but the start times of the sessions are still to be determined. We will have a change though. We have 8 days of racing. However, 6 of those days now will be medal days. Due to the complexity of the venue, it's a tidal venue, we have commissioned a study with World Rain in LA regarding the tide, and we will have further information following the study to evaluate and confirm the exact start time of the program. It is likely that each day could be different because of the tide. Also, one point that we would like to highlight to you, which is a change that has been voted on by the council following a proposal from Los Angeles, as we have 7 lanes and the venue is very tight in terms of width. The proposal from LA was that we reduce the lanes from 12.5 meters to 12 meters. This gives us a few more meters either side to provide better conditions on the water for the athletes, as well as for broadcast. So the lane width will be 12 meters. Here is a summary of the competition schedule. It shows the approximate times of the session, but these still have not been confirmed. But to show you that we have 2 days preliminary racing and we go into finals on day 3 on the 17th of July. Moving over to coastal. So we have 2 days of competition. We will start with the solos on day 1 and go into the mixed double on day 2. The allocation of quota for the continents and for the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals is as follows. We are proposing 6 quotas for the men's solos, women's solo, and mixed double sculls from the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. And then within the continents, 2 per continent, with the exception of Oceania, where there would be 1 quota for each of the boat classes. Again, this is a proposal to the IOC. We are proposing that the maximum of athletes per NOC is 2, so 1 male, 1 female. However, if you qualify 2 athletes in the double, they can double up into the solos. And vice versa, if your country qualifies 2 solos, a male and a female solo, they can double up into the mixed double. A difference between coastal and classic is that for coastal, we are looking at having all of the continental qualification, all of the continental regattas held before the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. However, the ranking will be frozen, will be held until the World Rowing Beach Sprint Final has taken place. The quota allocated first to the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and then we would go back and allocate the quota to the ranking of the continental events. Also, another complexity that is new for us in Los Angeles is if the same athlete from your NOC qualifies for Classic and qualifies for Coastal, this will count as a quota of 1 athlete. So it will mean we have 1 quota that can be reallocated. And our proposal to the IOC is that the World Rowing Executive Committee would have the authority to reallocate that quota spot upon a certain criteria that's defined, such as excellence, universality, and schedule. We need to provide the 2 qualification systems to the IOC very soon. It will go through their legal department and then be presented to the IOC Executive Board at the end of the year. Regarding the programs, we are working with LA, and the schedule by event will be published in mid-November. A little bit on the Paralympic Games. So for the athlete quota and allocation, so we have an overall quota of 104, and what is different between the Olympics and Paralympics is for the Paralympics, the coxes are not counted in the quota. So we will have the 5 events, the PR1 PR1 single, men's single, PR1 women's single, PR2 mixed double, PR3 mixed double, PR3 mixed 4. And the proposal to the IPC is that we keep the allocation and reallocation principles the same as Paris. Here is the proposal for the quota allocation. Again, it is the same as Paris, and within the continents, we would have 1 boat in the PR1 singles and 1 boat in the PR3 mixed double. The dates for the Paralympic Games are the 18th to the 20th of August. The 21st of August will be a spare day, and this is the proposal of the schedule. We did receive a comment or request asking if there could be all of the PR1 heats on day 1, then have a rest day, and that their finals would be on day 3. We evaluated this and did a simulation of the program, but it doesn't provide a very good balance for the finals. It would mean on day 2 we would have 1 final, and day 3 there would be 4 finals. Also in Paris we had heats, reps, and finals A. So based on that, we did also have athletes that were racing in consecutive days. So therefore, the decision from the council was that we keep with this program. That is all from me on Dakar and Los Angeles. And now over to Jean-Christophe for Brisbane. Thank you.
Before you leave, just any questions or comments from the delegates? It's not the case. So thank you very much, Nathalie, for this comprehensive presentation. So now, just as you know, the following Olympic and Paralympic Games will be held in Brisbane, Australia in 2032. So maybe a very short update on this. Following state election in Queensland last year, the new government commissioned what they called a 100-day review of Olympic sites. That review revisited the venue options carried over from the candidature file, and specifically it looked at again at Lake Wyalong, which had been the preferred option up to that point. The review's conclusion was clear. Wyalong is no longer viable. The reasons cited were accessibility constraints, environmental considerations, overall complexity, and cost. On that basis, the review, this specific review recommended relocating the event, the Olympic and Paralympic rowing regattas, to Penrith. As you know, the venue successfully used for the 2000 Olympic Games in Sydney. However, immediately after, the Queensland government actually did not accept that recommendation, and instead they announced, without prior consultation, without prior consideration or with us, they announced that the Olympic and Paralympic rowing regatta will be held in Rockhampton on the Fitzroy River, which is approximately a 7-hour drive north from Brisbane. Given the unilateral nature of that announcement, we have moved into deeper discussions with the organizing committee, with the IOC, and I can tell you that our position is clear and straightforward. We cannot approve at this point in time any venue decision until we have completed a full technical assessment. And this assessment, this technical assessment, is currently ongoing. So to be absolutely clear, you might have seen some media release. We will take a position for Brisbane 32 only on the basis of the data, only on the basis of a thorough analysis of all these elements. And this is ongoing. On a positive note, I can tell you that we continue to engage very constructively, very positively with all the parties, and namely the OCOG, Brisbane 32, the organizing committee, and the IOC. And by the way, I am also a member of the IOC Coordination Commission for Brisbane 32, so I'm very into all these discussions. So this is a very short overview on the next Olympic and Paralympic event. If there is no questions or comments, this led us to move to agenda item 18, attribution of future events in accordance with the rules, with Rule 5. So we have one attribution to vote for to this Congress. It relates to the 2028 Under-19, Under-23 and Senior World Rowing Championships. And to deal with this part, I will ask Eva Santo, the chair of our Events Commission, to present the recommendation of the Council.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Before moving to the recommendation, I would like to give you a summary of the bid received by World Rowing. So World Rowing received a full bid to host the 2028 World Rowing Senior Under-23, Under-19 Championships from Sarasota, United States of America. The dates proposed in the bid are from the 12th of August to the 20th of August. Most of you know the venue. It hosted the World Rowing Championships in 2017, the World Rowing Masters Regatta in 2018, and the World Rowing Under-23 Championships in 2019. So these were the World Rowing events. And of course, yearly and regularly, the organizing committee is hosting all sorts of events on various different levels. So the event organizational experience is there. The plan is to use the 2028 NCAA Women's Championships as a test event prior to the Mega Worlds. And now some facts and technical details I'd like to share with you. The venue has a lot of space to cater for the amount of boats that will come to the Mega World Championships. The racing course has 9 lanes with 13.5 meter lane width, and there's a separate warming up, cooling down channel, a bigger space of water. There's a TV road separating those two surfaces of water, and there's a good wave attenuator attached to the TV road to help the washes and the waves disappear. The venue management and the organizing committee are investing a lot into the improvement of the facilities, and besides having currently a permanent boathouse building, a big finished tower building, the plan is to build a new restaurant building which would be able to cater for the athletes' lunches and dinners at the venue, for the reason of the setup in the hotels. Most of the hotels only provide bed and breakfast. A little bit about the conditions. Temperatures will be high, up to 31 degrees. So we are if the event goes to Sarasota, it will be a very warm event, humidity less than here, up to 72%, and the water is quite warm, around 30 degrees, and the alligators love it as well. Low winds in this period, no strong winds, but the probability of storms is quite high. Also, there's a very strong commitment from the bid to sustainability through various good practices. About accommodation and logistics, this is probably something that you as delegates would be very much interested in. So there's a capacity of over 2,000 beds in the area. The prices of the accommodation is 240 euros on average, ranging from the lowest of 120 euros for a single room accommodation and 100 euros in a double or twin room to the high of 368 in single and 251 in a double or twin. It's the prices are all in euros. The average travel time between hotels and venue is 15 minutes, and the transport will be provided by the organizing committee in case the team books accommodation through the organizing committee. Regarding the meals, I already mentioned the plan, so breakfast in hotels and all the other meals, lunches and dinners in the venue. And also there's a possibility to request with pre-booking system packed lunches or boxed meals. US Rowing is one of the signatories of this bid, and there's also very good involvement and also cash support from other bodies, from tourism bodies like Visit Sarasota and the Bradenton Area Convention Bureau. The budget currently looks very solid, and there's also a good budget allocated to promotional activities. And also the bid assures that the organizing committee, and we know it from past, can arrange very attractive spectator and fan engagement activities. So after a thorough analysis and assessment of the bid by the experts in World Rowing, the Council discussed as well, and the World Rowing Council recommends that the Congress approves the attribution of the 2028 World Rowing Senior Under-23 and Under-19 Championships to Sarasota, USA.
Thank you, Eva. Before we move to this vote, I would like the chair of the Athletes Commission, Frida Svensson, to say a few words about this proposal from the athletes' perspective.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few words from the Athletes Commission. So, Athletes Commission don't hold any concerns about accommodation, transportation, or regatta management for the Mega Worlds being held in Sarasota 2028. Hotels are close by. Organizing committee is experienced. As with all, a big challenge for the athletes is training and warm-up, which can be a bit chaotic. The course in Sarasota, together with the warm-up lake, is specially designed for athletes' water traffic. The venue is spacious, and Athletes Commission is looking forward to develop our commitment and execution of Athletes Commission Integrity Boot, together with the organizing committee, on site, where we can engage, educate, and interact with athletes and team members. Athletes Commission recommend to attribute 2028 Mega Worlds to Sarasota.
Thank you very much, Frida. Any questions or comments from the delegates? It's not the case, so over to the Executive Director to proceed with the voting.
Very well. Vote 17. The Council recommends to attribute the 2028 World Rowing Championships U19, U23, and Senior Non-Olympic to Sarasota. Do you approve the Council recommendation? Yes, no, or abstain? Please open the vote. The vote is now closed.
Can I ask for the results, please? Total possible votes, 121. Valid votes cast, 105. Yes, 96. No, 9. Abstention, 4. Thank you. The Congress has approved the recommendation of the Council. I am pleased now to ask if we have the representative from Sarasota and US Rowing to join us for the signature of the contract. So yeah, Amanda Cross, CEO of US Rowing, thank you. Okay, thank you. So now we are moving to the next point on the agenda, which is point 19. No requests have been received to reconsider any decision taken by the Council or by the Executive Committee. So we can move to the next point, 20, specific proposal to an existing agenda item. No proposals have been received either. So we can move to point 21, other additional agenda items. So we have already covered earlier today point 21A related to Article 47. So I suggest now actually to move to point 21C of the agenda papers related to the membership of one of our members, namely the Bahamas Rowing Federation. I will now ask Ronald Chen, council member, member of the governance working group, and member of the panel that has dealt with the case, to present the delegates with the executive committee recommendation. Ron, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear delegates, it is my duty to present to you the serious and in many ways unhappy situation with regard to one of our member federations and to explain the recommendation of the Executive Committee to expel the Bahamas Rowing Federation for the reasons that I will describe. First, general background, the Bahamas Rowing Federation was first became a member of World Rowing in 2010, at that time with the recommendation of its National Olympic Committee. Between then and roughly 2015, apparently there arose, I will just simply characterize them as disputes regarding internal governance, and the Bahamas Rowing Federation was suspended by the Olympic Committee in 2015. In 2017, indeed, World Rowing received this notification co-signed by the President of the Bahamas Olympic Committee and the Director of Sport of the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Culture of the Bahamas, notifying us that the Bahamas Rowing Federation had lost its recognition and approval from both entities. You may ask, this is 2017, which was quite some time ago. During this time, there was some hope that the disputes involving the internal governance could be resolved, and World Rowing was kept informally informed about ongoing discussions. But unfortunately, those were not successful. Here's a letter from the Bahamas Olympic Committee in 2021, reaffirming the fact that the BOC wishes to categorically state that the Bahamas Rowing Federation is not in good standing with the Bahamas Olympic Committee and the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Culture, which adopted and maintained the same stance simultaneously. And that, unfortunately, remains the situation today. The Bahamas Rowing Association has not received the recognition of the Olympic Committee or the Ministry of Sport, and has not had that recognition now for many years. Let me now explain the actions that World Rowing has taken. As I said, for some years there was hope that these matters could be resolved, but when it became clear that the Olympic Committee would not extend or re-extend its recognition to the Bahamas Rowing Association, the Executive Committee decided to issue a letter pursuant to Appendix S1 of our statutes, which specifically deal with the situation of a dispute with regarding to a member federation's status. And therefore, on July 3rd, 2024 of last year, sent a formal letter to the President of the Bahamas Rowing Association, noting the alleged concerns and alleged breaches of World Rowing statutes, and requiring it to produce a number of documents, including specifically a description of the measures taken to ensure that the Bahamas Rowing Federation is a recognized member of the NOC, the National Olympic Committee, the validly elected National Federation for Rowing, and when this recognition will be confirmed. I just, may be hard to read, but that's a copy of the full letter. World Rowing requested a response by 31 July 2024, 1800 hours Central European Time. But unfortunately, no response was received from the Bahamas Rowing Federation. The next step was the suspension of the Bahamas Rowing Federation. The Executive Committee, having received no response from the Bahamas Rowing Federation, voted in February 2025 of this year to suspend the Bahamas Rowing Federation due to its lack of compliance with the request, which meant that the Bahamas Rowing Federation could not participate in World Rowing activities. This notice also gave the Bahamas Rowing Federation until July 31st, 2025, to address the alleged nonconformities with the World Rowing statutes and to provide all the evidence and documents that were requested in the July 3rd, 2024 letter. And again, this was, the Federation was requested to provide this information by July 31st, 2024. In the suspension letter, it was specifically noted that if the Bahamas Rowing Federation Association did not rectify the situation, then the Executive Committee may choose to recommend to the Congress that the Bahamas Rowing Association be expelled. Again, there's the full text of the letter. Unfortunately, by July 31st, 2025, no meaningful response had been received from the Bahamas Rowing Association. There was one email that basically acknowledged a receipt, but it did not respond to any of the requests. And therefore, since the Bahamas Rowing Federation had not responded in any meaningful way to the request from World Rowing beginning in July 3rd, 2024, and particularly had not indicated that it was a member in good standing recognized by its National Olympic Committee, the Executive Committee this August voted to recommend to expel the Bahamas Rowing Association. It did so for two independent reasons. First, the Bahamas Rowing Association is not and has not been for many years recognized by its National Olympic Committee, which is one of the primary requirements of membership in World Rowing. Second, the non-compliance by the Bahamas Rowing Association to the requests by the Executive Committee for information and actions to bring it into compliance with World Rowing statutes for over a year, beginning with the request from July 3rd, 2024, until the July 31st, 2025 deadline had expired, is itself an independent reason indicating that the association is basically not functioning. Again, here's the actual notice that was sent to the president of the Bahamas Rowing Association, notifying them of the action that would be presented to this Congress for those two reasons. First, you are not recognized by your National Olympic Committee, and second, you did not comply to the repeated requests by World Rowing for information. I should say, I would note that in the last 7 days, we have now received responses including some documents from the president of the Rowing Federation, basically in response to the notice that was just sent. I won't characterize them other than to say that they really don't address these two major issues, which is you're not recognized by your National Olympic Committee, and two, you didn't respond for over a year to the requests for information from World Rowing. So the only last thing I wanted to draw the delegates' attention to were the statutes of World Rowing that lay out the requirements of membership. Article 10 of the statutes provides that a member federation shall be the rowing federation that is recognized by its National Olympic Committee and covers the territory of a country that is recognized as such as an independent state by the international community. It will, in principle, include the majority of a nation's active rowing clubs of any discipline. Further, Article 13 provides that member federations shall have the following obligations. 1, to abide by and comply fully at all times with all duties and provisions of the World Rowing Statutes, rules, bylaws, and regulations, including but not limited to, and a number of specifics, and all decisions taken by World Rowing. I point that out because I think that's relevant to the non-compliance with the repeated requests for information. And finally, to be governed by statutes that are consistent with Article 14.2.2a, to be recognized as a member by their National Olympic Committee, and to have the member federation president and executive board elections validated and recognized by their NOC. I point out that last language because the statutes make clear that World Rowing defers to the National Olympic Committee to determine the legitimacy of the governance processes of a member federation. So World Rowing did not engage in its own independent investigation of the regularity or irregularity of the elections. We deferred to the National Olympic Committee, which has withdrawn recognition. World Rowing does not act as an intermediary or referee in disputes between a member federation and its National Olympic Committee. The statutes make clear that the National Olympic Committee is the certifying authority for the elections of its governance processes. So for the reason that the National Olympic Committee, and in this case also the Ministry of Sport, have withdrawn that recognition, and there is no prospect that that situation is going to change, as well as the fact that the Federation did not comply over the course of over a year with the request for information, the Executive Committee made its recommendation to expel the Federation. Mr. President, I think that concludes my explanation. If there's...
Thank you very much, Ron, for this comprehensive presentation of the case. So we want to give the opportunity to the Bahamas Rowing Association to be heard by the Congress. That is the authority to take that decision and to run or to conduct this hearing. I'm asking our honorary president to take the floor. Thank you, Dennis. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Is Mr. Williams, the president of the Federation, online?
Yes, I am here.
So you heard the breaches which are reproached to your organization. Nothing has been corrected so far. And in order to help the delegates to make up their mind about the decision which is proposed, we give you the opportunity to take position and indicate whether you have completed the request we have made and whether you are able to give another information regarding the situation.
Yes, thank you very much. I am able to give an alternative information, and I have prepared information, and I brought forward proof of our assertions. And if I'm allowed, I will begin my speech now. I'm thankful for the opportunity to address the Congress, and I've served the rowing community locally and internationally for over 15 years and spent over $500,000 over the 15 years of my personal funds, but I will attempt to lay my case why the Bahamas Rowing Federation should remain in the Congress and not be voted out, with all due respects to the Executive Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Committee has recommended that the Bahamas Rowing Federation be expelled based on two general points. The first point is that the NOC and the Bahamas Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture has withdrawn support due to findings the Federation has violated proper processes for good governance. Firstly, these are completely unfounded. I have attached a letter from the Director of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture recognizing the Bahamas Rowing Federation as the only recognized federation in the Bahamas. For point of clarification, the gentleman mentioned that this was 2017. This was a previous director of sports. He has been removed from his post for many other reasons. And I will continue on. So the case of us not being recognized by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, that is not true. The second half is also false, as the NOC has never withdrawn recognition pursuant to the Constitution of the Bahamas Olympic Committee, which I have also attached. I challenge anyone, anywhere, to present this Congress with a written documentation addressing the Bahamas Rowing Federation removal or suspension from the Olympic Committee. According to the Constitution, the Bahamas Rowing Federation has never been warned, suspended, nor removed from the NOC, according to the Bahamas Olympic Committee's Constitution. On the contrary, it is the former Secretary General and now outgoing President of the Bahamas Olympic Committee who has sown discord, lied directly, and maliciously attacked the Federation along with Nassau Rowing and its executives for more than a decade. Anyone who would listen to their lies, they would have told them a mountain of lies. Again, the Federation have received no formal warning, suspension, nor expulsion in accordance to the Constitution of the Olympic Committee. And this is Article 5, Section 2 and 3, which lays out the process for the warning, suspension, and expulsion from the NOC. And this represents a process that mirrors what it should have been. You are brought before the Council or the Congress, and the Congress votes you out. This is mirroring what the Constitution of the NOC is supposed to be like. We were never called before the Congress. We were not given any formal letter of suspension or warning. I do have an email. I will get into that later. On good governance, we attach a certificate of good standing from the Registrar General of Companies here in the Bahamas. This government agency is responsible for overseeing good governance, and we do have our certificate of good standing. We are very transparent, and we have been transparent in every meeting, every election. We send notice to the NOC, we send notices to all of the clubs, and we have never wavered on this. Under the current president of the Bahamas Olympic Committee, the Bahamas Olympic Committee has its own challenges, but that's not our problem. The second point made by the Executive Committee was initially an oversight in response to an email. We just missed that email for over a year. And given the gravity of the email and the severity of it affecting us, we expected maybe a kind reminder. I didn't know about the email. We get hundreds of emails from World Rowing, from the clubs, etc. And this one email was mysteriously not seen. And we didn't know that this email existed until my vice president said that we're on the agenda to be removed. And this was strange. This is the second time that we've had to address false allegations, and we thought that we had put them behind us, but this is not the case. They came up again. So that was a mistake and an oversight on our part. We got a second chance. However, we were suspended, and we got a second chance to address the matter. And the Bahamas Rowing Federation was in consultation with the president of Barbados. He was assisting us to get our ducks in line and compile the data for a proper and cogent response. However, due to a very serious personal matter that arose, I was unable to respond nor give my 100% effort to replying within the time frame of July 31st.
Mr. Williams, I'm
Yes.
sorry I have to interrupt you. I think we have understood your explanation. And what I have to say is you are challenging the decision of your NOC. And basically, it's not here the place. We cannot substitute a decision made by your National Olympic Committee, and therefore we have to respect the decision which is made in your country. There are probably another forum where you can challenge the decision of your NOC, but here it's not the place. We have to respect the fact that you have not been able to present a document confirming that you are recognized by the National Olympic Committee, which is a condition to remain a member of our organization. And we have to keep some order in the organization, and it's why we have proposed this expulsion to the Congress. Regarding the document you mentioned, I don't know if Mr. Chen wants to, he has seen the document you mentioned, but I don't know if you, Mr. Chen, you want to respond, to respond on the document themselves, but on the principle, I think our position is very clear.
I do understand. What I am saying is the Olympic Committee never expelled us. This is Ramel Knowles himself acting on his own, not a part of the NOC. The NOC never expelled us, never gave us a warning or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we are not a member of the NOC, and we were never removed nor suspended. That's what I'm saying. And I do have the proof in my bundle of documents.
If you're referring to the document you referred to by a recent document by the Ministry of Sport, it was among the documents you sent us a few days ago. I'll admit, one of the reasons why, frankly, we needed these documents within the timeline prescribed is that we don't really have any way to contextualize or understand or interpret what that document is. We have a fairly definitive document from the Ministry of Sport that says that it no longer recognizes you. The document that you supplied, just looking at it, I wasn't quite sure how to interpret it. But that goes to the procedural issue of why we were requesting these documents beginning in July 3rd, 2024. As to the recognition or not by the NOC, all I can say is that we have verbally and in other writings, not only the ones here, that the National Olympic Committee does not recognize the Bahamas Rowing Association. Again, if there was a dispute as to that, that's something that we were asking you for over a year and didn't hear anything.
Right. So there's a difference between not being recognized by. Sorry?
Mr. Williams, we are not going to prolong. I think you had the opportunity to make your point, and therefore I would like to give the floor back to the President for...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorary President, to run this hearing. I would like, just before we move to the voting, to open the floor to our delegates. If you have comments or... This is not the case, so over to the Executive Director to proceed with the voting.
Vote 18, the Executive Committee recommends expelling the Bahamas Rowing Federation. Do you approve the Executive Committee recommendation to expel the Bahamas Rowing Federation? Yes, no, or abstain? You have 30 seconds. The vote is open. And the vote is now closed.
Can I ask for the results, please? Total possible votes, 121. Valid votes cast, 83. Yes, 66. No, 17. Abstention, 20. So this recommendation has been approved by the Congress. Thank you very much. Now, the delegates, I suggest that we now break the Congress for lunch. We have completed the morning part of our Congress. But before you leave the room, I think we have the Executive Director will have an information for you.
We're just asking you if you could leave the voting machines on your desks, given there are no further votes in the afternoon. So if you could please leave the voting machines devices on your desk before going to lunch. Thank you.
So it's now 1 p.m. I would like really that we start at 2 p.m. So be ready 5 to 10 minutes in the room before we resume the Congress. Thank you. You have 50 minutes to enjoy the lunch. So see you 1:55 p.m. in the room. Thank you. The delegate, may I ask you to take your seat? I'm going to start very soon. Two minutes. We have many yellow cards here. Please, can you take your seat? Okay, thank you, please. Wait. No. Dear delegates, welcome back. Before we start, I have a message to convey, and I think you will have on the screen. This is a reminder, first a reminder that for you to fill the anti-doping survey created in collaboration with ITA. It has been shared with you on the circular, so you have the QR code on the screen. The purpose of this survey is to understand anti-doping education. Please, can you take your seat? The purpose of this survey is to understand anti-doping education provision in your federation, and the results of which will help us better determine how to provide anti-doping support and resources to you and your athletes. So please, it's a reminder for you to fill the anti-doping survey. Another point that I would like to add, referring to the previous subject, we had a question on the chat coming after we conclude the point related to the athletes from Bahamas. We will make, of course, we will make sure that the athletes are not affected, and they can obviously they can enter our event through the National Olympic Committee. Now, the Congress obviously is an essential piece of our organization and of the governance of our organization, and it's quite a formal meeting, I would say, but we want also to take the opportunity to have you, the member federation, to address with you all the key matters of our organization, and how we would like, and now we would like to indeed to take this opportunity to present you with a comprehensive update on the key projects. And to do so, I'm pleased to to hand over to the Executive Director, who will conduct this section on the strategic projects. Thank you. Vincent, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to you all. So for a start, I'll just aim to set the stage and provide a bit of context for the presentations that will come on next, so for the next 2 hours or so. I will aim to be brief and then leave the floor to my colleagues. So on context, really a reminder, We're on that journey that our president referred to earlier, a 15-year journey of transformation. We are in the 4th year of that journey in 2025 to transform the reach, the image, and the revenues of rowing, with an objective to have by 2036, following the Summer Olympic Games, to have given 15 years for new generations to engage with our sport in all its forms, of course, meaning the 3 disciplines that you have now heard about this morning. And with a plan, a roadmap that has been shared with you at the Quadrennial Congress. It's here on the screen, it's published in the papers, you will have all the details as needed, but the roadmap, we believe the purpose is clear. We have an overarching objective to grow the popularity and the engagement with rowing, to grow the number of people rowing, and ultimately, as I said, to transform the reach, the image, and the revenues of the sport. We have 12 priority objectives on that journey. They are listed here and in your document for reference. So the context really in 2 minutes is the following: clarity of purpose, and now we are aiming to deliver against all those priority objectives. What you will have seen at the Quadrennial Congress is what we have achieved so far on that journey for the first 3 years. This was presented at the Ordinary Congress in November. So it is published, it is online, if you want to refer back to it. What we have accomplished on that journey on the first 3 years is available for you to consult. Equally, we presented at the Quadrennial Congress back in March the key projects that we are aiming to tackle from 25 onwards for the next 3 to 4 years. So this is the planning we have done goes only for this next quadrennial. So you have that available to consult should you wish, and what you will see is the roadmap for the next 4 years for classic rowing, for coastal rowing, for connected or indoor rowing, and of course for world rowing corporate. So some of the corporate projects which are not associated with a discipline per se. So all that is available for you to consult as needed online. This is what we are on. This is what our team is trying to tackle every day. We'll provide you with some updates on some of those projects today. You have now already heard from Natalie Phillips on the Olympic program and on the LA 28 qualifying scenarios for classic rowing. You will hear very shortly after me on this very important project which we have labeled the Strategic Events and Calendar Review. It includes a big work stream on developing an athletes and team ranking. You will hear about that in just a few minutes from Eva. You will be getting some updates from me later on one of our 2 Shanghai Legacy initiatives coming next this afternoon. We will touch briefly on a matter of content creation and collaboration around communications towards the end of the session. And we will touch also briefly on sponsorship sales associated with our disciplines, more on that. As far as coastal rowing, the essential update was this morning. It was associated with the journey to Dakar 26 and LA 28. So that update is now done. And we'll spend a bit of time also here on sponsorship and content creation towards the end of the session. Connected, Filip Ljubicic, chair of the Indoor Rowing Commission, will provide us with a very comprehensive update across several of our key initiatives, existing or new, which includes the virtual series, includes the Olympic Esports Games, will include the Japan Sports Council partnership, an important partnership which is growing. An update on the Versa Challenge finals, which have now been secured in Singapore for later this year. And here also we'll touch on sponsorship sales and content creation. And as far as World Rowing Corporate is concerned, we will touch on our important WWF partnerships, with here also a call to action for our members. We will touch on the second of our legacy initiatives associated with Shanghai, which we've labeled the Shanghai House of Rowing, and more on that later. Nobuisa Ishizuka, member of the World Rowing Council, will take us through the latest on an important Confederations collaboration project, which he had already presented back in March, but you'll have a bit more detail in the status update later on this afternoon. So That is it to set the stage. Everything which you're going to hear about is in the context of our journey for transformation, context of this roadmap that we have now developed and shared. And with that, I will invite to the floor Eva Sento, member of the Executive Committee, chair of the Events Commission, to take us through what is probably the most important projects across the board. It is the Strategic Event and Calendar Review for Classic Rowing. Eva, over to you. This is a mistake. There you go.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Dear delegates, I would like to use this opportunity to give you a very brief update on the process of the strategic and event and calendar review. We would like to cover, I say we because we are doing it together with Henk-Jan, certain parts will be covered by him. So a general update, then a little section dedicated to World Rowing events in 27-28, and then I will give you the highlights of the discussions in the direction of the journey where we are currently with the World Cup series update or renewing, refreshing the World Cup series and what the way forward is. We are not there yet. It takes a bit longer than expected, so we keep the process ongoing, hopefully reaching a conclusion before the next year's Congress. And of course, there will be an update on the ranking project as we did before. So if you allow me an overview of what the SECR was trying to achieve based on the mandate given to this group. So I can tell you, as we had a deep dive into the details and the detailed discussions, we realized that the process to come up with a solution or a good solid proposal how the World Cup series can be run after 28, it just takes longer, requires a little bit of more time. I will give you a couple of examples of what we discussed already and what kind of a consensus within the group where we want to move forward. So currently, we are not able to present a conclusive result, but we would definitely share where we are going to and what are the biggest challenges. So just to continue, some changes have been implemented already in this season. Following the Quadrennial Congress decision, the World Rowing Events program was implemented. Some events did not take place. Some events come up as new ones on the program. I think we agreed that the mixed eight and the mixed double worked out pretty well, so the historic moment was good. I'm sure everybody has takeaways from how to strategize for those events, but it was a good number of entries, so the 10 mixed eights and the 11 mixed doubles here in Shanghai. There's an ongoing discussion about how to and which events we include the para events. Well, of course, the Paralympic events, yes, World Championships, but talking about World Cups or other World Rowing events, whether we want to open up for the pathway para events. So there's a constant discussion with the Para Rowing Commission about that and planning for the future and all the way leading up to LA and beyond. There have been a couple of sport presentation related changes. One of them is the change to the victory ceremony format. We are really keen to hear your views and feedback and comments on the new format. Please be frank and honest and come up with proposals. The competition schedule, you might not be all aware of some of the changes. A few minutes were added here and there before the blocks of races to give more time to sports presentation, to engage fans, to do some fan engagement activation on the venue. And constantly new ways are being explored. The new progression system, this is also something that I think most of us agree that made our competitions a lot more exciting. All races are meaningful. Of course, there is some space for improvement there, and there are certain aspects that needs to be reviewed. For example, in certain cases, you might see a little imbalance in the progression towards the semi-finals, so this needs to be corrected in the system for the future. In our discussions, we try to divide the focus between the upcoming 2 years, not 26 because all the events are attributed, but 27, 28, World Cups are still being discussed for the hosts. And so those 2 years, and the other big chunk of the discussions is looking forward, looking ahead, and trying to make the transformative big decisions for the years coming after Los Angeles. So what concerns the calendar 27, no big changes. So these are the World Cup. We are planning 3 World Cups, 2-week intervals between them. And the World Championships, the senior, is the first qualification opportunity for the Olympic Games, and then 2 separate or maybe a combined under 23 and under 19 World Championships. A big question mark. And still, there are a lot of discussions. You already know that the World Rowing Under 19 Championships, which has been the case so far, we use that as the testing activity or test event before the Olympic Games. It's not going to be the case in 27. So again, discussions are ongoing between World Rowing, LA 28 and the IOC, what the possibilities are out there for some sort of testing activities before the Olympic Games, and whether it will be in a format of a regatta which can be open to invitation or to participation, to international participation. So that's 27. 28, a very challenging season because of the dates of the Olympic Games being quite early, and also all the related deadlines need to be considered, like boat shipment, entry deadlines before the games. So the season before that will be quite squeezed and very tight. So, and we have to start quite early. So the plan is to have 3 World Cups, a final Olympic and Paralympic qualification regatta before the second one. Ideally the same venue as the one hosting the second World Cup. And there is a proposal, and this is quite radical, that the third World Cup, after the final qualification regatta, will offer races over 1,500 meters, just to provide an opportunity to the teams already having a high-level race on that distance before LA. Potential venues are being sought, though no decision on the venue attribution yet. And of course, all the continental qualifications have to take place before the final qualification. And now just some of the highlights or a recap of where we are on the World Rowing Cup series and the overall calendar discussions. I don't want to go into the details of all the challenges and all the answers we have found, but to highlight some of those. So on one side, you see what we consider and all agree that the success factors contributing primarily to the success of the World Cups. Attractiveness, high-level competition, top crews participate, creating heroes. There is a very good, solid concept already in discussion, but because there's no consensus around it yet within the group, it's not in the phase to be presented. There's an idea about creating a league system, but then the questions arise whether we can run World Cups dedicated to a certain number of our teams, or do we need to open up and offer the opportunity, participation at the World Cup to all our membership, or we go down and we create other racing opportunities, team up with existing international competitions, and more to come in a slide from Henk-Jan later. Also, it's very important that we have consistency relating the dates, the level of participation, the number of crews, predictability, also the schedule. It mainly comes from broadcast and media that they need that. But how to answer that challenge, how to get the commitment from everyone, all the athletes, primarily the top athletes, that they commit to participating in all World Cups. I would go a little down on the list, the third one from the bottom, which is linked to this one. So we can create we have to create a better product offer. And what we keep hearing, that the ideal number would be somewhere around 5 to 7 World Cups. But let me give you where we are currently. Just a few statistical data from the past 4 years, so from since after Tokyo. So in 22, there were 57 countries participating in at least one of the World Cups, 37 at least 2, and only 15 in all 3. In 23, at least 1, 62, at least 2, 46, and all 3 World Cups, only 10 member federations. 24 very similar, 61 in 1, at least 1, not in 1, at least 1, maybe more. At least 2 is 40, and all 3, 13. So it's a very low number currently, the member federations who are participating in all 3 World Cups that are being offered. So definitely we need to deal with, and there's a subgroup within the SECR group addressing potential ways how to come up with an incentive scheme. Financial incentive would be great, but still it needs to integrate with the program that the member federations are running. There's also a thinking and the work in progress how to make the World Cups part of the qualification pathway towards the World Championships. Maybe it's linked to the world ranking, but this is also being explored. And of course, we do understand the financial constraints that the member federations have. So this is why we're also looking at how to reduce costs, potentially both for member federations, participation, and for organizing committees. So this is another big chunk of the work that is being done, a complete review of the requirements towards the organizing committees on certain levels. But to this, you cannot lower all the requirements if you want to keep a certain standard and cater for the needs of the high quality competition. Talking to many of the organizing committees, and I think it relates a lot to the SEEP, the Strategic Event Attribution process, it's key that they also transform and come up with sustainable commercial models, but it's only possible if world rowing allows for multiple year contracts with OCs, so that they can build on their partnerships, they can negotiate. So this is also something we need to think about. I give you another example, which is a challenge, and it's a challenge especially for next year, because there are not so many potential organizers. We keep having the events all across Europe, but still big, well, not such big continent, but there's big distances between each of the events. So we start in Seville, then we have to go to Plovdiv, and it's a big problem or challenge for the service providers, boat builders. So it's a very difficult year for them next year. So it would be also ideal to find solutions so the sequence of the events is happening at places which are geographically quite near to one another. Yes. Another thing in the process which was discussed and being explored is potential new events or potential new formats within the existing events. And I will not go into detail. You have heard, and maybe you will be able to hear even more details about the upcoming World Rowing Shanghai Sprints, which is exactly that. So that will provide a lot more visibility, exposure to rowing. So at least this is our hope. So it's not done, so we don't say that, okay, now we have the Shanghai Sprints. We keep exploring new events and new event formats within the existing ones. And now I would like to hand over to Henk-Jan to give a little summary about the ranking project.
Thank you, Eva, for this very concise summary of all the discussions we've had last years about the ranking project. We started the ranking project. There's funding to get to a first version. But the reason is because we need to improve the presentation of our sports. If you look at the necessity of attending races, only 2 races in the 4 years are really important. That is the qualification for the Olympics and the Olympics themselves. Then the teams get their funding for the next 4 years. And we need to find a way to extend the value of the Olympics over multiple years and multiple events. And I think the ranking could be a tool to get there. Can I have the next slide? So we have a company that's experienced in making rankings for other sports, and the contract is in the final stage, so we hope to continue to start developing in the first version this winter. Then we can use existing results to backtest the system and then show it to our stakeholders, being athletes, federations and media, to see if it fits our means, fits our goals. So it's meant, the ranking is meant as a tool to facilitate the sporting incentive. So that means that if you want to go to the World Championships, you need to have a certain ranking on this list. That means you have to go to the World Cups and some other events to get to the highest position on the list. That's different than we are used to, except for the Olympics, then you have to qualify, but I think it's also necessary to do this for the World Championships. It's also a tool to present rowers, to present teams, to present crews in a ranking, and to have a better storytelling, that you can follow them through the process of going to the Olympics, so that we have a better a display of the performances of our best athletes. And it's also a tool to define the events calendar. We can steer a little bit where the events need to be in the season, so that we can have a good pathway to the World Championships and from that to the Olympics. Okay, so the first set of requirements, it's not the complete set probably, but it's something to start with. It's important that a lifetime of a point of a position needs to be longer than 1 year. So if you have an Olympic medal, that should carry on to the next Olympics, but it will devaluate a little bit during that period. Same goes for World Championships and World Cup points. Racing must be rewarding. If you don't race, you lose your position. So you need to be in the racing, you need to be visible to keep your position in the ranking. The ranking of individual rowers is the basis of crew rankings and team rankings. And teams need also a little bit space to pick the right rowers and to define their teams. So it's not definitive to have a ranking, but your team needs to be able to replace rowers or have new talents in their team without the risk of going down in the list too much. Important thing is that the ranking is determined by beating other crews. It's not only to go to an event to get points for a ranking, you have to be better than your opponents. And the quality of the race is determined of the height of the ranked crews, your ranked competitors. If we look at the development of the events, then the top level, of course, is the Olympic Games. Then we have the World Championships and Continental Championships. Below that, and it can be discussed, we have now usually 3 World Cups, but maybe we need more World Cups, or at least more World Cup-like events. And I think it's very important to include the existing international regattas. So when we accredit the international regattas with a ranking, so a sort of sanctioned system, with the least possible requirements, so that it's easy to connect to the ranking system and have more races all over the world that is connected in the pathway to the World Championships and the Olympics. It will stimulate media to attend to those regattas, but also stimulate a big group of rowers that are not able to go to other continents to compete, but are giving a way to develop them at their own continent, and from that go to a higher level of competition, namely the World Cups. And in this pyramid, it's also possible to develop international regattas into a World Cup slowly, because we don't have a big amount of money to change everything immediately. We need some time to get there. So if we have the blue ribbon events, saying the single and the 8, we could use that to put them in some of those international regattas, making them a little bit more valuable. And from that, maybe develop them in a full World Cup and add that in the system of World Cups. Not limited to Europe only, but also to other continents. Maybe even parallel, that we have World Cups in the same weekend on different locations. It's a bit dreaming, but it's not impossible. We also can experiment with different formats. Could be a knockout race like Henley, or it could be different distances, head races. We can choose the events that are improving the quality of our presentation of the best crews and include them in the pathway to the World Championships and the Olympics. And of course, we can do this on a higher level on World Cup also. So this is a bit of a view for the long term, how to develop the existing international events that more or less are struggling since we started with the World Cups 25 or 26 years ago. So I'd like to get those organizations back into the system and stimulate them and develop them into a connected system of ranking to the Olympics. Okay, that's my part for today. Going back to Eva. Oh, sorry, one left. So one main decision probably need to be taken in 28 is that we change the World Championships from an open championships into a qualification pathway. So that's a big difference you can think about for the next few years, but I think that's essential to make this connected races happening and improve the presentation of our sport. Thank you. Eva.
Thank you, Henk-Jan. Just on the next steps and a bit of a timeline. Don't look at too much this slide. I just realized that it's broken, so it's a bit messy. But we will share with you the updated version. So on the ranking, to the end, before the end of the year and first months of next year, the first concept will be ready, stakeholder discussions will be going on in the second quarter. We will finalize the World Cup concept and also start testing the ranking system. In still first half of the year, towards the first half, there should be a council approval of the future World Cups proposal. But before getting to that point, we would like to keep you engaged in discussions, consultations, and speed up the process a little bit with regular online meetings and consultation opportunities, primarily with the key stakeholder group, where we have a couple of member federation high performance directors or representatives, and we would like to have some other member federation consultations dedicated to this new World Cup concept discussions and also the ranking. And of course, we would like to keep the dialogue open for the organizing committees, regular organizing committees or future organizing committees and service providers as well. So working towards being able to present a better, clearer concept in Amsterdam at the Congress, at the Ordinary Congress in 26. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eva. We will leave some space for questions at the very end of the strategic presentation, depending on time remaining. So for now, I suggest we move to Mr. Filip Ljubicic for a comprehensive update of our indoor/connected rowing plans. Filip, over to you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone at home. I'm going to talk about the connected world of rowing, and that's through the rowing machine. So first, let me talk about the team that we have at World Rowing, because I think that's very important for you all as member federations to understand that we are growing the capacity that we have to deliver indoor rowing. So since January, we have Juliette Duchemin, who used to work at the French Federation, was a member of the Indoor Commission, and worked at Paris 24. She is now the indoor manager at World Rowing. So we now have that capacity to deliver a lot of the events and ideas that the Commission and the Executive and Council have been thinking of to do in indoor. We also have Matt Draper, who is the Strategic Projects Manager, who is delivering events like the Super 60 and other new event formats that we want to build. And at the back of the room, we have Christian and Kevin from Broadcast and Marketing, who are helping support the delivery of indoor rowing. It is becoming a new world. indoor rowing is changing. We have, as I've mentioned before, new machines and new ways of people looking at the screen. It is no longer just a static box. It is now, you can row in the lake by Mount Fuji. You can race in virtual worlds. So our community of indoor rowers are seeing different worlds than what our traditional rowers have been seeing on the rowing machine. When we think about where we're going, we are now seeing gaming coming into our world. So this is an example of you rowing on a machine, but you're controlling an avatar or you're controlling a little dot and trying to achieve points and scoring high scores or streaks. And this is allowing us to have a different engagement with a different community who can play on the rowing machine that is impacting wellness and health all around the world. And finally, it is still a competition. As the International Federation of All of Rowing, we do create and host indoor rowing events. And we will continue to do that. And I want to make it clear that we are always looking at how we can create more and more attractive in-person and virtual events. So following on from that, I want to talk about some of the things that we've done in 2025 and that will happen in 2025. So it's been a very busy year. We started off with the World Championships, which I'll go into more detail in a bit. But I want to highlight two things in this list. One is our virtual sports forum, which we had in Tokyo with the Japan Sports Council. Here we talked with other federations about the potential of virtual sports and how it can impact from high performance to life performance. And the other thing I want to highlight is that the IOC in June held esports publisher and developer forum where they brought all the international federations together with their publishers to talk about what can be done in the three aspects of the Olympic esports games. Going back to February 2025, I want to highlight the key highlights of the virtual World Championships that we had. It was virtual only. We had over 1,400 competitors from 73 countries around the world. This was a new format that we tested at these World Championships. It wasn't just one race and you get your score. This was a progression system where we had continental qualifiers or heats, where you would race in your continental time zone, and then we took the top 50 to a semi-final, and then from the top 50, we took the top 20 into a final. And at this year's World Championships, it was one of the fastest 2Ks that we've ever seen, on average of the top 20. So it's a very exciting format. It creates a bit of tactical and strategical element where you have to do 3 2Ks in 2 days, which is a challenge, but we saw people doing tactics, which makes it interesting and diverse. Going ahead, and still ongoing right now, is the virtual series. So this is a new asset that we created. And to give you some context, this came from a discussion with other commissions around how can we engage different communities within our sport, particularly around the Masters Commission. So this year we've launched 4 challenges that are taking place over 4 months. We're currently in challenge 4, which is heartbeat. So if any of you want to do it, there's a rowing machine in the hotel. You can do 8 times 1 minute with 1 minute off, but all your 1 minutes have to be the same. They cannot differ. So we're creating formats and challenges that are different and engaging, not like our traditional 2K. This is looking at people who train and have fun on the rowing machine and not necessarily on the water. To highlight, the winners of the virtual series will, challenge 4, will go to the Versa Challenge final, which will take place in Singapore at the Super 60, which I will talk about now. So again, this is another new asset that we have created in partnership with Sport Singapore and an activation agency called Adventurers. The goal here was to create something in celebration of Singapore's 60th birthday and looking at how we can create a fun and vibrant indoor format that is exciting to the whole nation of Singapore. So out of that, we're doing a nationwide challenge of 60 seconds where we have rowing machines going around schools, around malls, around public venues and challenging people to do 60 seconds on the rowing machine. The top scores would then qualify to a grand final, which will take place at their fitness competition at the end of November. At the same time, we will also host a Versa Finals. For those of you who do not know what the Versa is, it is a format of races where we have 5 events, and each event is slightly different. It might be an elimination race where you have to be ahead of everyone by a certain point, and then if you're last, you're eliminated. Or it's a knockout head-to-head. So we have 5 events that people will do over two days, and that is our new format that we want to bring more and more people to the sport with. And that will be happening at the end of the year in Singapore. When we look ahead to 2026, we have a virtual World Championships again in February. This will have different distances. So part of the rule changes that we did at the Quadrennial Congress was to allow the creation of different distances agreed by Council. So Council has agreed that at the February Championships we will have 1,000, 1 minute, and 5,000 meters. When we look ahead in the year, we will be hosting, again with the JSC, a virtual sports forum. Again, we will bring international federations, other members of the Olympic family together to talk about the impact that virtual sports can have on the wider global population. We will continue the virtual series with 6 challenges. We have been talking to Amsterdam, our friends at Amsterdam 26, about potentially doing a activation in the fan zone, so there might be something coming there soon. We will use the equipment that is already on site, like cameras, etc., and provide a great event. And then looking ahead to 2026, again, in November, there might be a Super 60. In October, November, December, we are looking for a host of an in-person World Championships. So we are open to bids. This will only be an in-person World Championships at the end of 2026. These are some of the key facts that I want to bring to you today. In Prague, we had nearly 2,500 entries. Prague was hybrid, so we had a lot in venue, but also people at home. But I think the other key element to bring out is the economic impact for the city. So in Prague, we did an economic impact assessment. So every dollar that was spent, the city received 4.4 in economic value, whether that is through hotel bookings, through restaurants, through shopping, through media imaging of the city itself. There was a significant economic impact. So if you have a city that is ripe for bringing a lot of people together in one place, please get in touch with myself or Matt Draper. This has been mentioned a couple of times today, so esports. As you may know, and it is in Jean-Christophe's report and my report, at the end of 2024, we submitted a proposal to the IOC of what World Rowing's esports format would be. What has happened since then is that we are still awaiting a decision from the EB, so the executive board of the IOC, what the sporting program will be. But we have had the announcement that the Olympic esports games will take place in 2027. So we are ready for when the decision is made, but we don't have a decision right now. But as a commission and as a federation, we have been preparing everything for a decision when it is made. However, this doesn't mean we stop now with what we do in esports and what you can do in esports. A lot of your NOCs will already be in touch with different esports groups because they are now working closely together. And you can start working closely together with your NOC to talk about how you can use esports. And when we look at how you can potentially use it in your own communities and in your own countries, we see 3 pillars. We see the potential for activation, so taking it to a shopping mall, using that big screen to get people engaged and excited about waterways that you might have in your country. We see it as a very strong community-based aspect where you can have groups of people rowing together, rowing in virtual worlds, rowing in different environments. And we also see it as a competition format, a way of you to make your competitions more engaging and exciting, rather than maybe just seeing little boats go across the screen. So please have a think about how you can use esports in your current context. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to get in touch with myself or anyone from the Commission. I think this is a very significant point for what we're doing in indoors around how we're developing our partners. As you know, we have a very significant contribution from Concept 2 as our main partner for World Rowing. They have been hugely supportive in delivery of our events and supporting how we go about our strategy in indoor rowing. But we also have developing partnerships with other brands and groups. So I've mentioned the Japan Sports Council. Here, the primary goal is to increase the research that we do in virtual sport and how it can impact society, from high performance to life performance, so how we can take what people do on the rowing machine in a virtual environment, how it impacts people at home. We have a partnership with EXR, the virtual rowing app that is significant advancement of any of the virtual worlds that we've seen, and it's great to see that people can row together in one place. And we'll be announcing a partnership in the next few days with Agata, who are an esports partner and our partner for the Olympic Esports Games. So I also want to briefly mention on other future activities. So you may have received in one of the circulars that we have done or are doing currently an indoor survey. If you haven't completed this survey, it's very short, it's 3 to 4 questions. We just want to know what you're doing in indoor, what you would like to do, and how we can help as an international governing body. This will help us with our plans and strategy for the future, but it's for you to tell us what you need from us as well. So please, if you haven't already completed it, scan the QR code and you'll be taken straight to the form. Thank you already to the member federations who've completed that survey. And when we look to 2026 and beyond, there are a lot of projects that the Indoor Commission and World Rowing want to do, and these are just some of them, and they're not exclusive that we will do them, but these are some of the ideas that are going through our heads. So we currently have the attribution for 26, 27, 28. We're always looking for new partners who want to support us on the journey of getting the world more active on the rowing machine. So if you know anyone who could be a great partner for World Rowing, please let Christian know. We also have Havas, our new partnership. So we have opportunities there. We know the world has changed and the importance of digital tools. This is a very interesting path that we can take to get people more active on the rowing machine, to make it easier to access content, to access training programs, etc. So this is something we will continue to explore. We know that some member federations have already built their own applications, like Australia. So please do come to us to see how we can help and support you on that journey. This was an interesting topic that was once brought up about how indoor can be part of a prize money pool. So there are ways that we are looking at how can we develop this and support all our disciplines. And then, as I mentioned in the past, we've talked about and looking at how we can develop a machine and coaching excellence program where we can look at a seal of excellence for machines and for coaches to have some sort of certification. And after the success of the Masters membership program, the Indoor Commission is seriously looking at how we can create an indoor membership to gather the community together in one place. And if you ever want to talk to any of us, Juliet's email is here. You can email her directly, and my email is here for whenever you want to talk about indoor rowing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. If we can now ask Nobu, Mr. Ishizuka, to take the floor to take us through the latest on the Confederation's collaboration project, please. Thank you. Nobu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vincent. It's my pleasure to update everybody on behalf of my co-chair, Pat Lambert, on the current status of the Confederation Collaboration project. I gave a detailed overview of the project during the March Quadrennial Congress. So for the benefit of those who are not able to attend, and as a refresher for those who were, I'd just like to briefly go over in summary form where we are, including the background, which started with us trying to organize ourselves around three overall goals. We realized in starting this practice, because of the complexity of the relationships, the geographies involved, that we really had to try to understand the current realities faced by each region in order to accomplish the purpose of strengthening the collaboration between World Rowing and the regions. And we also understood very clearly that it's a core value of World Rowing to respect the independence and autonomy of the regions and all the member federations. And so we determined that we had to adhere to three pillars that would guide our thoughts on how to approach this. We started with understanding that we needed to clarify the current relationship between World Rowing and each of its confederations, and that it was critical to ensure that all the regions were cohesive in terms of their purpose, their objectives, and their practices. And it became clear to us also that we needed to be guided by the principle that the respective roles of the continental representatives who represent World Rowing in the regions and the confederations themselves vis-a-vis World Rowing be clearly understood. So when we started our research, we went out, engaged in numerous conversations, did a lot of desktop research, sent out surveys to Confederation leadership, consulted with our continental representatives, and there were several issues that emerged. Thank you. First, there was almost unanimous agreement on 2 points. One was that there is a need for improved governance. This was recognized as the top priority by all the respondents and everybody that we spoke to. It's very clear that we had to try to achieve this, notwithstanding the different issues that arise from the vastly different histories, geographies, and cultures of the region. The second issue that became very, very clear was lack of funding and resources is a huge, huge challenge. Not news to anybody in this room, but it was clear that the issue is complicated by the widely varying needs of the regions and a divide that exists between the so-called rich and poor member federations within each region. Differing expectations of roles, a shared understanding of what the respective roles are between World Rowing and the confederations seems to have blurred over time, resulting in some misunderstandings that are impeding the ability to achieve our goals. So, in terms of key findings, having identified the issues, we found that in fact there are very wide disparities in governance practices and quality across the regions. This came through not only in our review of the statutes, but also through conversations and accounts from various stakeholders that indicated wide variations in the quality of decision-making, conduct of meetings, communications, and even in some cases, financial transparency. Funding and resources. It's not the lack of funding and resources, which is obvious to everybody that was the issue. It was the need to develop a strategic approach to how to address those issues and addressing the reasons why, notwithstanding the fact that there are very capable, talented, and dedicated individuals that are involved, they don't have the resources and capacity to develop their own capabilities for fundraising and development. Third, the misperceptions about the roles of World Rowing and the regional organizations has resulted in weaknesses in the relationship, in the structure. And many of these can be attributed to historical reasons. There are some regions that have closer, more regular interactions with World Rowing. There are others that don't. There are also some regions that have stronger interregional influences, legacy conflicts among leaders, and member groupings that also complicate the situation. We also compared the World Rowing structure with other international federations and sports organizations, and found that World Rowing's structure basically mirrors those of others, although there are variations. And it's important to note that World Rowing purposely came up with the structure that it currently has, where the member federations are not disintermediated by the confederations due to the desire for World Rowing to have direct, productive relationships with each member federation. Okay. So going to the recommendations, this was going to be a step-by-step exercise to try to address each of these issues and to act on these key findings. The short-term recommendation that we made is to align governance around best practices and to try to do that within the next year or two. Recognizing that each confederation is at varying levels of development, the goal is to also try to provide the resources and support through educational tools and other means to develop leadership, future leaders who can act on the recommendations and carry them through. In the medium term, all this has to be linked to a realistic strategy for the confederations to be self-sufficient in their own funding capabilities and resourcing strengths. The World Rowing Development Team is incredibly hard at work identifying needs, providing development assistance, but the foundation has to be laid for all the regions through their confederations to become self-sufficient. And then only after the foundational elements of this effort to be self-sufficient should, we believe, the structural aspects of voice, representation, and other aspects be addressed. And therefore, our recommendation was to defer those issues until the more priority issues were addressed. So since the last Congress, we engaged in several different activities. We kicked off the effort with a working session with the continental representatives and confederation presidents to start the process of aligning everybody around priorities and expectations. Coming out of that, there was an agreement that the annual report presented by the continental representatives to all of you should reflect what the starting priorities were for each year in terms of goals and what was accomplished throughout the year. We did an internal leadership debrief, and finally, we've kicked off the process of doing a deeper analysis of each Confederation statute and arranging calls with the Confederation leadership and the Continental representatives to start talking through some of the changes that are recommended. The process, it should be really emphasized highly here, is it's not intended to be prescriptive. It's not intended for World Rowing to be directing anybody on what to do. It's the effort to provide support and resources to empower each region to be able to achieve the common goals that we all have. And so with that, I'll conclude the update. There'll be plenty of other opportunities to update you further as the work progresses. But in the meantime, if you have any thoughts, reactions, whether positive or negative, please feel free to reach out to either me or Pat or any other member of the World Rowing team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nobu. I will now endeavor to conclude the strategic presentations, first starting with the Shanghai 2025 legacy projects that we alluded to earlier, and also touching on a few other topics that are of relevance to each and every one of you. So, starting with Shanghai legacy project initiatives, because we are talking about two different initiatives. I think what is clear to us and hopefully clear to you now is that we have a city, an entire region that loves rowing and that are very committed to our sport. There is a very rich history of rowing already in the city. Dates back from the 19th century, you've heard all about it, and some legacy buildings and initiatives out of that. There's a very rich present, as we can see, from the World Championships, of course, but now an annual regatta, the Shanghai Head of the River Regatta, which opens this evening, by the way, and I'll come back to that. So a rich present and definitely a future, and we want to be part of it with our partners at Shanghai City, but also Donghao Lengcheng, who have been the organizers of this regatta. What is also certain from our perspective is those two initiatives will tick quite a number of boxes on our strategic plan. I will not go through each and every one of them, but in one way or another, those two initiatives that we are discussing will go a long way in helping us achieve those various objectives, be it linked to commercial, to revenue, to governance, or to also allowing the entire ecosystem to thrive a little bit more. So no detail here. We don't have the time for it, but we will detail that further in due time. For a start, perhaps what you have heard about maybe last night, for those who were not at the buffet, who managed to arrive on time, it was difficult. We announced a new initiative, which is still in the planning, still early days, but with some very strong commitments made already. And if we can start with the video, Pat, that would be wonderful. Exciting, isn't it? So 2026 was the correct answer to the test question this morning, and not 2027. Thanks to those of you. So A bold, ambitious initiative, which is conducted by the partners I mentioned, and of course with the full support of the Chinese Rowing Association, which is fundamental, of course, to the success of this project. What are we planning? We're planning for a competition for an annual event, first of all, featuring 8 teams and 88 athletes. And for those who are good in mathematics, it means 11 athletes per team. The way we will qualify the teams, I will refer to it later, but there's different scenarios on the table. What is quasi-certain is 5 or 6 of those teams will qualify from the World Championships of the year before. There will be some wild cards, one of which would be guaranteed for Team China, and the rest is to be defined. But we are now working on the possibility of a world team that would allow top individual athletes who have not qualified through the World Championship, through their nation, to qualify for an all-star world team. But more details on that later. It's a 500-meter sprint on 2 lanes. It involves 4 categories of boats: men, women single, men, women double, mixed double, and mixed 8. And that is possible with 11 athletes per team, and all in a knockout format. Importantly, this event will be fully embedded and attached to the Shanghai Head of the River Regatta. It will be featured as a culmination of that regatta, the last 2 days of it. It will take place over a minimum of 5 years, hence 5 editions, so until 2030 included. Importantly, we are planning this with the exact same superb organizing committee that has delivered the World Rowing Championship this year, but also that is delivering now each and every year the Shanghai Head of the River Regatta. And yes, the first stop would be in 2026. Importantly for you all, for your teams, is that we are scoping substantial financial support to ensure athletes and teams can come, which includes a number of things. I won't go into details and amounts, but they are being detailed and they are substantial. It will allow for people to travel and to be accommodated. It will allow for appearance fees for each and every athlete, for prize money for the winners across the 4 categories, but also some support for federations to cover coordination and promotional support. And yes, we're going to take a few more weeks, a month or 2, to really fine-tune the qualification process in such a way that by no later than the 1st of December, we're able to tell you exactly who has qualified and what the conditions are. So you will know soon enough what the principles are, and if you have qualified or not, including based on your results at the World Championships just passed. So we will reach out to you when we're ready. That process of defining the qualification principles is being led by the Competitive Rowing Commission with the support of the Athletes Commission and of the Events Commission. Of course, the World Rowing Council is being consulted along the way. So for now, mark your calendars for what we hope to be the end of September 2026. There's a bit of a caveat here. The weekend has not been finalized, but we expect it to be the same weekend as the Shanghai Head of the River Regatta, which for now, pending final approval by the authorities in Shanghai and in Beijing, would be the last weekend of September. But more on that, no later than the end of the year. So that is it for this first initiative. We don't have more details to communicate at this stage. What I will want to say is to call your attention to the opening of the Head of the Shanghai River Regatta of 2025, which is taking place this evening at 7 o'clock. And all of you are invited to attend. It will be a very, very nice, spectacular setting in the heart of Shanghai. It doesn't get any more in the heart of Shanghai. The backdrop will be exceptional. It's basically what you saw last night on the terrace of the Regent Hotel. You will see some fabulous buildings around it, including the former Shanghai Rowing Club, built by the British in 1859 or so. Some beautiful legacy buildings, an exceptional location. If you can make it at 7 o'clock this evening at this address, please take a picture. you'll be more than welcome to. One, to show your support to the Shanghai Regatta, but also to scope the location for our future projects. The second initiative is more at an early stage, nevertheless getting serious. We have now very officially kicked off discussions for the potential creation of, one, a permanent public showcase space for rowing, but also for a potential World Rowing satellite office in Shanghai. This is pending or conditional to many things which have not yet been discussed, but the discussions have started very officially with a set of objectives that are being discussed. It is very exciting, and also, as I said earlier, will help us achieve a number of things, not just from a commercial standpoint, but also from a communication standpoint, from a sport development standpoint, from a governance standpoint, and the list is actually quite long. So it ticks many boxes, but it's a project of a certain complexity that needs to go through a number of levels of discussion and ultimately of approval, at the very least, because it requires funding. But we are very hopeful that these discussions will progress in the next few months. In the way we see it is another very tangible building block in our legacy for the World Championships, but also fully in line, as I said, with our growth strategy. The headline objective, in short, first and foremost, this is to showcase our sport to a public, large public that visits Shanghai, public from China, of course, but also from abroad, given the cosmopolitan city that we are talking about. So it's about showcasing the sport. It is about World Rowing developing institutional, commercial, procurement perhaps, and philanthropic relationships, not just in Shanghai, not just in China, but broader than that, at the very least in the Asian and possibly Pacific regions as well, to be closer to the field effectively. It is about sport development, obviously, and here also, not just in Shanghai and China, but beyond. And it's also about carrying out more sustainability initiatives in the region. It is about events, overseeing the existing events, and we certainly hope and expect the Shanghai Sprints at the very least, but also other events that we might want to create or attribute in the region. And also, and importantly, it's to take some significant steps towards greater communication and with the public in China and beyond. We have taken some very substantial steps in that regard already. We are now, since the early summer, activating social media channels on a full-time basis with full-time capacity of people who speak the language, who can communicate on all the main social media in China. That will go a long way in addressing a number of objectives, communications, public relations, of course, commercial objective. It's essential. And we are now, we have hired, you might have seen a few weeks ago, an announcement for the recruitment of a company called H&M Media, who are effectively our eyes and legs on the ground in Shanghai to activate social media channels in Mandarin, which we didn't have before. And that will make a difference in our ability to engage the public in China, at least. So these are for the objectives and the strategy behind it. And really in terms of timing, we are going to take our time because of the complexity, because of the layers of approval and negotiations that are required. But we expect to have locations scoped by the end of the year. It could be several locations, because what we might want to do for the public will be different for what we might want to do for our offices. We hope that by June, by the early summer, we will have discussions and negotiations concluded, and in such a way that we can announce the creation of this showcase and offices by the first edition of the Shanghai Sprints. And we would start implementing after that. So that is it for the Shanghai Legacy Initiatives. I wanted to conclude with four actually, topics for which I wanted to provide you a bit of information, but importantly, make a call to action for you to engage further. We have four topics that are of importance to us, but certainly to you as well, which I have listed here: sponsorship, content creation and comms,
our Healthy Waters Alliance, and finally the 25 awards which are around the corner. So this is for information and a call to collaboration and to action. Starting with sponsorship. You might have read in the press not so long ago that we have now recruited Havas Play as our global sponsorship sales agency. Havas Play is a big communication group. They do many things in the media space, in communications, but they also have a very progressive and very active sponsorship sales business and activity, which is going to be helping us in the next years to really start, open doors, and hopefully secure commercial partnerships. They are now being onboarded, and I'm delighted to introduce you in the back of the room, Jan Bafalio, who will, I'm sure, stand up to raise his hand. Jan, say hello to our friends. Jan is the head of Havas Play and the agency out of Geneva, so our neighbor, which is extremely convenient, but of course his job goes far beyond Geneva in Switzerland. His job will be to activate the entire Havas network to help us with sponsorship and various commercial activities. So, Jan, welcome. I know you have started to engage with some of our members over the weekend. Thank you for that. So some of you will have been contacted. Some of you already have a hint as to what we're trying to do. And so more on that later. But Jan, thank you. And well, pressure is on, as you know, but we don't need to come back to that. We have also engaged along the way 2 other agencies to support the process. One is Dentsu Sport out of Tokyo. We hope to really have their support to open doors and to start conversations in the Japan market. So that's Dentsu Sport. Another one, you've heard about them before, it's Donghao Lengsheng Event Management, organizing committee of the World Championship, of the regatta in Shanghai, but also of the future Shanghai Sprints. But we are asking them also to help us in unlocking commercial opportunities in China. So we have one main agency, one global agency led by Jan, and then a number of other agencies. What is fundamental about this system is we want Havas will not be working on an exclusive basis. We have a system that will invite and encourage the collaboration with other agencies, because that's what it's required to really engage with global brands who have sometimes an exclusive agency working for them. So we have to allow for that system to work. And now Havas and those 2 other agencies are effectively operational in market for us to begin to have commercial discussion, which we couldn't have before with a team of 20. And in the case of Christian team of 3 out of Lausanne, it just doesn't work to have conversations in Tokyo, in New York, or anywhere else in the world. But now we are equipped with a network that has offices around the world, and that can help us progress some of this discussion. So we're very delighted that at least now we have a chance to find partners. In terms of collaboration, this is important. We absolutely intend for this partnership to benefit member federations, but also organizing committees of events. Whether those events are World Rowing events, or whether those events are established regattas around the world with whom we have no active commercial collaboration. So it is absolutely intended to benefit you, and I'll explain how that could work. What we're trying to do is to create value. We're trying to talk to brands by offering them a global, comprehensive ability to partner with our sport, which means, in a very simplistic way perhaps, bundling commercial rights that belong to World Rowing, to us globally, so visibility rights on our events across the world, with some national commercial rights of your your own teams, and also local rights for events. So we're trying to create value by creating a comprehensive offer that is a vertical between world rights, national rights, and local rights. I think this could unlock conversation with brands that are global, but that want also to activate in their own markets. I'll give you a few examples later. Effectively, that is what we're trying to do, is a consolidated sponsorship offer that will generate revenue for each of the parties involved. World Rowing, National Federation, member federations, and an event regatta taking place in the country, whether it's a World Rowing event or not. 3 examples. The first one, and I will thank here the president of the Turkish Rowing Federation, Eren, for trying it out with us. We are starting and aiming to have a conversation with Turkish Airlines to do exactly what I said, which is to offer to a global brand that is connected to the entire world, but obviously that has a strong presence in their home market. We're offering them a commercial opportunity that is global, but also very national and very local, in this particular example, with the World Beach Sprint Finals in Antalya in November. This might go nowhere, but at the very least, we are trying it with at least on paper, a fair chance of success. That example with Turkish Airlines, of course, can be replicated in as many times as possible, in as many countries or events. Another example could be having a discussion with a global company based in Switzerland, and here also with the exact same principle, creating value by bundling rights of world rowing with Swiss rowing with a Lucerne regatta. It's just an example. That conversation has not taken place yet, but we hope it will. Another one could be, for instance, we have the World Championships in Amsterdam right around the corner. Can we do the exact same thing with an international bank that is based in the Netherlands? And here also a discussion that has not taken place, but that we hope will take place eventually. That's a way to create value in the system and perhaps allowing you to enter into partnerships that you might not have been able to if we were not to add global rights on top. So that is one way to create value within our community, let's say. And the invitation here is really for all of you. If you see opportunities in your market, if you see a global brand or national brand that wants to get involved with rowing, let's have a discussion. Ultimately, you will benefit from it in one way or another, and we will make sure that it does, because that's our responsibility. So please reach out if you see an opportunity in your market around a commercial sponsorship that could look like this. Second topic was collaboration on content creation and communications. We have announced a couple of months ago a new agreement for Europe with the European Broadcasting Union, which after long discussions and long negotiations has unlocked much greater possibilities for us where we were otherwise restricted in the past. So we now have much more freedom to activate social media channels or digital media channels with rights that we didn't have in the past. And by that we mean live rights or near live rights, ability to put on social media content that is very, very close to the live imagery, which is typically very restricted. We've unlocked some of that. This is for Europe. We have much less restrictions outside of Europe, but that's a big start. So now we are able to do together much, much more. The question is, how do we go about it? So we have now an opportunity to work together with our members to create that content and share that content, to unlock those opportunities in communication, so we are able to reach out and to produce more engaging content in real time. We are currently scoping what we are referring to a media house project. Some of you have already been engaged by our Brian and his team, and Christian and his team as well on that topic. We are at a consulting stage. We want to have your input on the project itself. It is going to require collective resources. It's not straightforward. The idea is to have a house here that would host all of the content that you are producing and are interested in sharing, and all of the content that we are producing and want to share with you. It also includes content made by your own athletes. So we're creating that, but it's of a relative complexity, but we're on it. Some of you are a bit more aware than others. We have solicited a bit of your input on it. It's a midterm project. It will take a bit of time, but we are absolutely committed to make it work, because it will make a difference in our ability to reach out to, let's say, the sports community. So collaboration will be critical. Objective, as I mentioned, sharing worthy rowing content and demultiply opportunities to communicate at global, national, and local levels. It is as simple as that. And as I said, we have started some engagement with you. And in fact, we have started sharing some very good content already during the weekend of the World Championships. You will have received a communication from Brian, that was a few days ago, alerting you on the possibility. Some of you have reacted to it. Some of you have already activated that content, where we're talking about fresh, live content of the World Championships in Shanghai. So thanks to those who have reacted and all the others, where we're inviting you to reach out also. If you want to increase our overall communications effort, we have a team here ready to take action, and led here by Brian Orsini in the back of the room. You all know him. So that was number 2. Number 3, a project that you are now well aware of, hopefully. But if you're not, we will show a video.
Our clock is ticking. The race to protect and restore our healthy waters is on. We need to act now, before it's too late. Join World Rowing and WWF as we pull together to tackle the threat. Healthy waters are essential to water and food security, tackling our climate and nature crises and driving sustainable development. But across the world, our rivers, lakes, and coasts are at risk. Our initiative will ensure that healthy waters are at the heart of all rowing. Let's inspire collaboration and develop joint projects with our national rowing federations and WWF offices that push for real impact. And we need your help. Healthy waters are vital for us all. Join the initiative, and together we can make a difference. Visit the World Rowing website to get involved.
This is the first quasi-full season of activation since we launched the partnership in September of 2024 in Genoa. We have now already a number of projects that have been activated, the most recent of which was in Shanghai at the World Under-19 Championships. Several others happened before that. We have another one right around the corner in Antalya. That is as a result of us engaging with our organizing committees or with our members, or the other way around. You having reached out to us to see how can you work with WWF in your country to tackle a local issue in your city, region, country, whatever. So it's very concrete, it's very operational, it's ready to go, and now what it requires is your engagement. It requires you to reach out to say, who is my contact in WWF in my country? Who do I get in touch with? What can I do? And then after that, the possibilities are limitless. It's about engaging your federation, your staff, your athletes, of course, the event that you have in your country to do something. And that something can be flat water as much as it can be coastal water, or even indoor for that matter, because even our indoor world championships consume water. So there's a lot we can do across the board. So we need your engagement to drive more action on the ground. It's ready to go. Now it's all up to you to really reach out and make it happen.
The Oslo fjord is in crisis. It is dying. It's too much nutrients coming into the fjord. In Marea, we try to mitigate that. We try to save the fjord using kelp and tunicates. And with that, there's hope for the fjord and hope for the future.
Rowing athletes are connected to the ocean. Sports can play a big role in saving the environment. That's why I really love how the community has come together and found ways to work to promote better health for the ocean. The Olympic Committee in Norway is really proud also that sports can play a big role in saving the environment.
I'm the COO of Marea. We work with marine restoration, and I'm so excited because I truly believe we have a wonderful opportunity right now for restoration at a massive scale.
It's been great to be able to showcase what we are doing at this beautiful club with rowers and freedivers. A lot of fun, a lot of people, a lot of talk about the fjord. So I think it's been a very nice thing.
We have divers in the water, and we have a lot of things on this area.
My name is Stian. I'm the Managing Director of Filetfabrikken, and we are a partner of Marea to ensure that we have the fjords healthy and we can produce safe food from the ocean.
We started off by doing a little bit of a talk about the Oslo Fjord from the rowers' perspectives, from the Marea's perspective, from the rowing club's perspective, and I think it was a fun thing. After that, we showed some video from the underwater drone, so we were able to show what's going on beneath the building where we have the installation. And then the freedivers went into the water, we had children's activities, we had the food, and we were able to show off what we are doing in underwater in different ways.
Here you go. Please reach out. Email address is on that screen. And you now know of our very own Olympian Mike Dickman, who's ready to take your calls and your emails and direct you to the right people wherever the country you're in or from. Finally, a few words on the 2025 World Rowing Awards. You might remember that the last award we ran was in Andalusia, Spain, in Sevilla, Andalusia, Spain, in November of 2024. We have now confirmed that the 2025 World Rowing Awards will take place at the Olympic capital in Lausanne on the 24th of January at the beautiful Olympic Museum. We have 8 awards for attribution, 4 of which we have already started the attribution: the Thomas Keller Medal, the Distinguished Services to International Rowing, the Artistic Contribution of the Year Award, which was new last year, as well as the Rowing Program of the Year Award, also new last year, have started already. As far as the other 4, Men's Crew of the Year, Women's Crew of the Year, Power Crew of the Year, and Coach of the Year, that starts tomorrow. So all you need to do is consult the website and nominate. It's an opportunity for greater participation from you and for a greater exposure of rowing and the awards in your countries and on the global level. So please consult the website, please reach out, please nominate. We need to have more nominations. We didn't have many last year, sufficiently to award, but we need to have more. So thank you. You still have time. All the details are provided, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move to point 22, we've received a specific question related to our events on the chat. So now giving the floor to the Chair of the Events Commission, Eva Santo, to answer that question. Eva, please.
Thank you. So the question received was about the distance of the races during the qualification regattas and the qualification period for Los Angeles 28. And just to confirm that all qualification, including the 2027 Lucerne World Championships, all the continental qualification regattas and the final Olympic and Paralympic qualification regatta, continental quali regattas for classic rowing, will take place on 2,000 meters. So all the qualification is on 2,000 meters. The proposal is to have the 1,500 meter World Cup after the qualification has been completed, so that there's a chance for the qualified athletes and, of course, everyone else to participate in that format. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. So now, unless there are questions on the sequence we have just completed, yes, there is. Yeah. Do we have a microphone?
Yes, Kasper from Denmark. I have two things concerning the 4 or 7 World Cups in the future, maybe. I hope you very much will look of how many travel days we can put on the federations. We would love to join, but each day we use a lot of money, hotels, dining, athletes, and so on. So please look at the amount of travel days together. This season in the World Championships is 8 days. We have removed maybe about 14 races because of the new system. So it could be slowing down. So if it been 6 days, you'll have 2 more days for World Cups. The other one is the ranking system. And that's for Philip. I hope that the indoor will be part of the ranking system.
Thank you very much for your 2 comments. Eva, do you want to take the first question, or it was a comment that...
I think we take it away. Thank you very much, Kasper.
Any other comment? Yes, we have.
Wouter from the Netherlands. Yeah? On? Yeah, thanks. Wouter from the Netherlands. I'm joining Denmark in the worries about the financial impact of more World Cups. And we're actually wondering what's the main reason for World Rowing to move towards more World Cups instead of staying the same amount and following the plan of using the already existing regattas that are cheaper to organize and cheaper to join. As part of that ranking idea that I really love.
Thank you, Wouter, for the question and the comment. Of course, it is being discussed. There was a concept that more World Cups would be better in terms of exposure. Of course, it is under discussion currently, so there's no final decision or consensus or compromise on the number of World Cups. So as I already said, the current statistics underline what you were saying, you and Kasper, that currently the federations are not able to attend more. And the involvement or including in the system of competitions, including the ranking or overarched by the ranking system, the existing international regattas, is also part of the thinking of the way forward.
Yeah, one small follow-up thing then. I think moving towards using the ranking system also as a stream of income maybe for World Rowing could be an interesting way of looking at it, and also thereby using the international regattas that are already existing to strengthen the financial position of World Rowing instead of using World Cups. Because World Cups are really challenging financially wise, both from an OC as a federation perspective, by using those existing events and maybe using that as an income for World Rowing could be an option.
Thank you for your comment. Now I think we can move to the next point, item 22, place and date of the next Congress. So the Council proposes that the 2026 World Rowing Ordinary Congress takes place on Monday, 31st of August 2026 in Amsterdam. Any questions or opposition to that? It seems not to be the case, and therefore I consider that this proposal is approved, which led us to move to the last point of the agenda, any other business. I don't have any on my list, and I just want to look at the room if any of the delegates have any comments. No, so time has come to conclude this Congress. Well, actually, almost. I would like actually to add just one final comment, final remark, an important point. Trisha Smith, our Vice President since 2014, will complete her 32 years of service to FISA and World Rowing at the end of this year. At least in her role as an elected official. Speaking about Trisha's accomplishments could take hours, so I'm conscious of the time. I will highlight just a few. So let's begin with Trisha, the athlete, a four-time Olympian, Olympic silver medalist, and winner of seven World Championships medals. She is best known for her success in the Canadian women's pair, together with her partner, Betty Craig. Beyond rowing, her leadership is remarkable. President of the Canadian Olympic Committee, she is also a member of the International Olympic Committee, sits on the Executive Committee of the Pan American Sports Organization, and serves on the board of the International Council of Arbitration for Sport, which oversees the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Trisha is also an accomplished lawyer in her hometown of Vancouver, British Columbia. She studied at the University of British Columbia, earning degrees in law and international relations, and was later awarded an honorary doctorate of law for her leadership in the field of sport, sport and law, and women in sport. Over several decades, she's been an unstoppable force in achieving parity for women's rowing in every aspect of our sport. In FISA, she began in 1993 as a member of the Women's Rowing Commission. In 1997, she was elected chair of that commission and joined the council. By 1998, she was elected to the executive committee, and in 2014, she became vice president, succeeding long-serving Anita de France. Her contributions have been widely recognized. In Canada, she has been inducted into several Halls of Fame and has received the Order of Canada, the nation's highest civilian honor. What an extraordinary career. On a more personal note, I want to underline what a privilege it's been to work alongside Trisha as vice president. Together, we've been a true team characterized by respect, transparency, and loyalty. What distinguishes Trisha is her professionalism combined with more warmth and friendship. She has always been open, approachable, and determined to push for progress. Her lifelong dedication to sport is truly remarkable. Trisha, on behalf of the entire rowing community, we thank you deeply, and we wish you all the very best for the next chapter. Dear Delegate, the Council would like to propose the Congress to elect Trisha Smith as Honorary Council Member starting from January 1st, 2026.
Well, thank you so much. I just want to say thank you, Shanghai, too, for this amazing World Championships and just for hosting us here. And congratulations to all of those who are elected today and all the candidates as well. We're so fortunate to have so many remarkable people who put up their hand to volunteer for sport. And Anna Maria Linka, either one of you, I would have been so proud to have you follow in the role of Vice President, and Mike and Henning, of course, our President, the Treasurer, getting re-elected. You know, I just want to thank all of you here, too, and your predecessors in Congress, on Council, on the Executive, Vincent and his visa team, and before Vincent, of course, Matt Smith, who's become my adopted brother now. We were always arriving at hotels, and people would say, "You don't want to stay with your husband?" And I say, "We're not getting along. We want separate rooms." So Ambra, thank you for for letting Matt and I become adopted brother and sister. I've been so fortunate to know three extraordinary presidents: Tommy Keller, who many of you remember when I was an athlete, and then Dennis Oswald, just extraordinary president and a great example for all of us, including our current extraordinary president, who's been re-elected with 100% of the vote today. We're just so lucky to be part of the same team. Thank you to all of you for all you do for our sport, for our noble sport, as Anita de France used to and continues to describe us. You know, it's a generous and a welcoming community. As an athlete, our coach was hired by the Italians. There were no paid coaching jobs in Canada at that time. And so we wrote him a letter to Chris Korzanowski in Italy, and we said, "Can we come and train with you?" And the Italians were generous enough to let us come and train in Italy, get on the bus with them to all the regattas. If we needed a doctor, Australia was always willing to offer the doctor. I hate to say that with risk management and all of the liability concerns about that, but it all worked out. Every coach on any team would loan us tools to rig our boats. The Italians lent us a boat until we were able to get our own. It's a community like nothing else. And certainly the Italians are friends for life, and my kids are friends with their kids, and it just goes on and on. We're just so fortunate. And then after my career, I was invited to join the Women's Commission by Ingrid Dieterle, who was a member of the Women's Commission at that time. And for those who've been around for a while, Nellie Gambon, Debbie DeAngelis, Helma Neppers, Magdalena Sabachova, who just passed away this past month. And then Dialis on the leadership team, just these examples that I could look up to. I was so fortunate to have so many friends, made lifelong friends through the sport, and many of them are in the room today. Such talents like John Boltby, Rosie McLaughlin, Dominique Keller is not here, and of course Matt Smith, who I mentioned, and Martin Cross, and I see Richard's in the room, and then the three Mikes, Mike Williams, Mike Tanner, Mike Sweeney, and just so many others, and you see them up at the table here today. And you know, I volunteer in sport because I believe it's important, and I think that's probably the same with all of you. It's important for a healthy, thriving world, and sport, when it's done right, with integrity, with respect, and with friendship, with fun, it has this unique power to inspire, bring individuals, communities, bring people together, and make the world better like nothing else. It's why, like you, I suspect, it's why I volunteer in sport, and why I've been so proud to have been a part of this sport for so many years. I know I'm going to miss the opportunity to be at the table with this team, discussing the big and small issues and seeking solutions not only for our sport, but on a global basis as leaders in sport, ensuring sport's done right with the well-being of the athletes at the center, sport based on integrity, respect, friendship, and fun, as Jean-Christophe said, with solidarity and fair play. So although I'm retiring from FISA, I know it's World Rowing, but FISA, I will always be a volunteer for sport, to ensure sport thrives for generations to come, and to make the world better through sport. It's always been a motto of mine to make the world, to leave the world better than we found it. And if you've ever been to dinner with Martin Cross, and many of you have, you've probably played the game. Apparently we've moved on to another game, but you probably played the game Name Your Dream 8. You'd have to identify your dream 8 from all the rowers in the world, your dream team. And I can tell you that you've all been my dream team in sport, and I'm going to miss that. But thank you very, very much for all you have done and continue to do. Thanks.
Five minutes to 4. So the delegates, I would like to thank you very much. We have now reached the end of this Congress. Thank you very much for your cooperation, for your contribution. This is very much appreciated, and this is, as you know, the way we want to be connected with you, our member federation. So for those who are here, I wish you, of course, a safe journey back home. I hope you have enjoyed your stay here in Shanghai, this vibrant and dynamic city. I remind you that a cocktail will be served right after this Congress, and for those of you who would like to attend this opening ceremony tonight for the head of the Shanghai head of the river, you are more than welcome. So last point, and we would like to thank you also, all our delegates who are connected. For some it was early morning or late evening or even during the night. So thank you for having been connected with us and for having also participated to this Congress. I would like to take the opportunity to thank very much our team and in particular Ludovica Caprino and Pat Lambert for all the preparation for this Congress. It's a significant piece of work, I can tell you. So thank you also to all the team behind the scene who has been also doing a lot of work. Thank you also to our provider, Lumi, for the system, and all the staff, the technical staff with us today. So thank you very much to you all. Thank you also to the organizing committee who have supported this Congress. So now I declare the 2025 World Rowing Ordinary Congress, Shanghai, People's Republic of China, closed.